Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and esteemed participants, good morning and welcome to CyberOz 2023. My name is Sunuri Leonard and I will be your MC for today. As a student at UNSW Law and Justice, it is my absolute pleasure to welcome you all to our Kensington campus for CyberOz 2023. I would also like to acknowledge the Bedegal people who are the traditional custodians of the lands on which we meet today. I pay my respects to elders past and present and extend my respects to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples joining us today. CyberOz 2023 represents a collaborative platform where experts from around the world can converge to discuss the most pressing issues and opportunities in the realms of cybersecurity, IPv6 and AI. At its core, it is a celebration of innovation, a testament to our commitment to global collaboration, and a journey towards a more secure digital future for generations to come. Before we move forward, I would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to the sponsors who have made this event possible. Our event sponsors for CyberOz 2023 are UNSW Sydney, CN Labs, and the IPv6 Forum. Our supporting partners are the Internet Association of Australia, IoT Alliance Australia, IEEE Standards Association, the WIDE Project Japan, and the APAC v6 Council. A big thank you to our sponsors and supporting partners who have shown an unwavering commitment to our cause. As we begin the proceedings, I would like to invite Professor Ian Gibson to the stage to deliver the welcome note and to kickstart CyberOz 2023. Professor Ian Gibson has over 30 years of experience as a computer scientist and engineer, and at an executive level in R&D management. He has led the research, development, and global commercialization of new technology across a broad range of electrical engineering, computer science, and digital imaging. Professor Gibson was the CEO of Intersect Australia. Prior to this, Professor Gibson was General Manager at CISRA, the Australian R&D Lab for Canon, where he built research capability over several years to deliver world-leading technology into a wide range of Canon's major product groups, generating hundreds of patents along the way. Professor Gibson's technology has been shipped in over 1 billion units worldwide, and he has secured over $200 million in research funds from a variety of sources. Please join me in welcoming Professor Ian Gibson to the stage.
Thank you. I'm not a real professor, by the way, but I am one. I actually have a card that says professor, but that's not what I've done for most of my life. Welcome, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to everybody here at CyberOz. Distinguished experts, speakers, and participants. This is an open and neutral forum that aims to foster global collaboration and promote knowledge sharing and awareness and drive innovation. This event aims to showcase the development across key domains of cybersecurity, IPv6 and AI, but also marks an exciting milestone for us here at UNSW. So I feel privileged to be here with you as we delve into these important areas and with a profound impact on the future of technology and society. As we know, collaboration is key to navigating the complex innovation ecosystem. The partnership between UNSW and CN Labs is a great example of this. We are thrilled to have CN Labs established its innovation lab here on our campus. And as a university, everything that we do, teaching, research, everything else, is far more relevant and impactful when we do it in close collaboration with our key industry partners. The lab's focus on cybersecurity, coupled with its dedication to innovation and training, aligns perfectly with our mission to equip students and industry professionals alike with cutting-edge knowledge and skills. This collaboration is not only exciting for us here at UNSW, but also signifies a stride towards fortifying Australia's foothold in these crucial domains. With CN Lab's expertise and the collaborative ethos that underpins our institution, this innovation lab will certainly contribute to pushing the boundaries of cybersecurity, IPv6 and AI, while also supporting various initiatives in the Australian industry, government and academia. It's through endeavours like these that we elevate our nation's position as a hub for technological excellence. So once again, a very warm welcome to our campus and a warm welcome to CyberOz 2023. And once again, a sincerest thanks to all of our sponsors who have made and partners who have made this possible. And I do have to congratulate the organising team. We have an absolutely stellar lineup of international experts presenting today. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you, Professor Gibson, for the warm welcome. One of the highlights of CyberOz is the exceptional lineup of speakers who will share their expertise with us today. Without further ado, let me introduce our first speaker, Hiroshi Asaki. Currently, Hiroshi Asaki is a chair of the Japan Network Information Center and has served as an IPv6 Forum Fellow and chair of IPv6 Ready Logo Program Committee. He has been a director of the WIDE project since 2010, a director of the Japan Data Center Council since 2009, a director of the Green University of Tokyo project since 2008, and a senior expert of the Digital Agency Japan since 2022. In this session, he will be exploring the cybersecurity landscape in Japan and the pivotal role of IPv6. Please join me in welcoming Hiroshi Asaki to the stage.
Okay, good morning. Thank you for introduction. Right, I'm going to go in talking about the version 6 status in Japan very briefly, and then go into the what's going to happen in the IoT arena, which including cybersecurity. The last topic I want to touch would be an energy issue, carbon neutral. How the digital technology is going to contribute to those particular region. Okay, first one is the status of the public carriers in Japan. This value, measured from 2012. At that time, actual usage percentage of the version 6 was only 5 or 6, the actual use. Of course, the system is ready, though a user doesn't use the version 6 at the time. Though in 2021, 2 years ago, it reached to the 80%. That actual number in the fiber infrastructure in Japan. The right-hand side gives you a cellular phone. We have 3 or 4 major cellular phone companies in Japan. They are very, really slow. They have a complicated technology called 5G. They don't like IP technology basically, though they must adopt IP technologies. Then they start to change their attitude around 2018. That was a chance to replace the system to 5G from 4G. So strategically, they changed their infrastructure into the version 6 operation. Now, 64% of the actual user using version 6. That's a pretty good number, I think, right? It's not a readiness. As I mentioned, readiness is 100%. The actual usage is going to 64%. This is the largest cellular phone company in Japan, NTT Docomo. They decided to have the version 6 only operation, like a Telstra doing in Australia. There's the main reason is their operational overhead. Actually, the operator of the cellular phone company really, really hate existing dual stack operation. Therefore, they decided to migrate from the dual stack operation in the 4G network to dual stack operation. So this is the reason why. Actually, very complicated cellular phone operators going to change their mindset. Was first one is version 4 address is very expensive. When you start up the company, you have to buy the version 4 address. That's very expensive, right? $40 per address. That's a stupid thing, right? So people start to think version 6 is cheaper, far cheaper than version 4 from viewpoint, business point of view. The next one is the cyber risk. When you're professional operators, when you have the dual stack, 4 times larger overhead about cybersecurity measures. They really want to have the very simple. Otherwise, it is almost impossible to protect the users or system itself. Number 3, dual stack requires 4 times larger security measures that I mentioned. The last one is yet another one, zero trust. That every single country in this day requires zero trust. No more firewall. Of course, firewall help something. Though because of the very small equipment you have, cell phone, smartphones, it is impossible to protect your system by firewall or boundary protection. Therefore, I'm working with the Japanese government. We decided zero trust as a default for every single government system. So then we are going to version 4 as a service, overlaying over version 4. Actually, we have a nationwide version 6 single stack access network for the wired infrastructure. Most of the people love the gaming. They really love the latency. They use version 6 single stack access network. It has realized after the COVID-19, because every single game users, every single person must live on cyberspace. So people are going to IP version 6 area. Okay, next topic I want to share would be unwired. It's not the wireless. More meaning unwired means every single device can easily move around over the global internet system. This discussion gonna done in October IGF, Internet Governance Forum. This is the dynamic cooperation of the processing global good practice about Internet of Things. This is the organizers and speakers. Binsurf, gonna be there. We discussed this more than 15 years. What's the impact of IoT to the global internet, especially about cyber security or management kind of thing? Then the contribution by myself would be changing the structure. The first one is the every single device going to be free from anchored physical space. And also IoT was past buzzword. It's going to change into IOF, Internet of Functions. Every single virtual machines or virtual tasks going to sit on every single device and be able to travel around, right? The first implementation was cloud networks. In the cloud networks in GAFA system, every single device going to be anchored from the bare metal servers. Then the server be able to change from the location in Australia to Iceland quite easily. So that is the thing we must think about from the cybersecurity point of view. The second one is not only IT or ICT, but OT people, say traffic systems or power systems. They are our area. Important thing is they have different cultures, different terminology. Therefore, we couldn't speak well with them at the beginning. We must learn a lot about their way of thinking and their important KPI from viewpoint of the operational or implementation point of view. So that is a big change. We must talk with them. We are living in IoT or ICT, especially cybersecurity people using very expert terminology, right? Even us, their language is very hard to realize. So that is the point. So in order to solve that situation, that is the Japanese case. Of course, that's the same as Australia or United States or Europe is working on. What is the basic requirement for IoT devices from cybersecurity point of view? Well, EU or US or the other countries are having a kind of program to certificate or labeling the level of the implementation of cybersecurity for IoT devices. So during the discussion in this particular council in Japan, I always saying hardware thing is just a temporal situation. Important thing is every single machine is going to define in digital way. Digital machine, it's virtual machine. So that is the important thing for vendors and OT system, going to be a new partners with us. They're gonna using the IP version 6 as well, quite easy. And then this is lesson learned what happened in the IT and IT industry. This is the just reminding between us. Well, in the IT system, user is a king. Not the provider is not the king. I mean, when I talk with the OT people, IT people said every single data in your computer belong to you, right? Once a Google or Facebook stealing the information from computers, that is punished now, right? Which means operational data belong to end users. That is internet or IT domain. When we talk with, say, air conditioning people or traffic light people, they said that data belong to them. Data never be belonging to the end users. That's quite similar to the patient information in the hospital system as well. So in Japan, we made a law, citizens be able to ask to get your own patient data if you want. Previously, hospital never be able to provide those information. So that is the important thing. And also de-siloing we did in the internet. Right before the internet, the system was isolated. Never talk to each other. So that is a different thing. So this is the 10 years ago or 15 years ago. Computer was connected. Digital file going to be shared by email or the others. That is cybersecurity for IT, ICT. Though, changing a lot, right? IP for everything. In this case, cybersecurity for OT system is quite important as I mentioned. Of course, that including aerospace business as well. Actually, in Japan, I'm deeply involved in such a business in Japan. Actually, then that is the importance in cybersecurity design in the aerospace industry is quite important, right? And the other is, as I mentioned, Internet of Functions from Internet of Things. That's a huge concept change because everyone loves hardware, right? The hardware is just a platform accepting functions or virtual machines. Therefore, the zero trust is going to come out naturally. So the thing is the de-siloing with zero trust, then the big data and AI conjunction with this particular system. This was passed. Even now, every large company or venture company loves isolated business operation. So it is very bad for big data or AI operation. When you look at the chat or LLM in AI history now, what they realized was once you got a large-scale data, very wonderful database, LLM going to come out. Important thing is just the number of data or amount of data was important. And also the AI machine for the such a big data machine is making a correlation in a statistical way among the different data in your past. Which means, from a viewpoint of new human being important AI business, siloing or stove and pipe is bad for us. That is the reason why the Google successfully or Microsoft successfully implemented LLM. Right? So this siloing, going to change, and the first thing they did was data gonna be separated from things. Data be able to share. It was the first stage of AI. The next step is from data to function, which means the not only the data, but a function means computer itself going to be shared over the global digital infrastructure. The business people don't like this, right? Because they lose their good positioning by the open up, right? That's the reason why the government is quite important, for example. What the regulation going to change those situations, right? So that is the we seriously talking about. Then the three design principles we have. And cybersecurity is mandatory. And then security by design, that more than 10 years we are saying about, though that is quite serious situation right now we have. Zero trust, as I mentioned. Last one is rather government thing. I always talking with Japanese government or the other people, self-protection is the first. The next, group protection. Very last, as a result, thing, government gonna help. Once this order gonna be changed, very bad thing gonna happen. The government help you. In order to help you, they ask every single personal data, every single actions, right? So this is always we are sharing. First one is protecting your device yourself by you, right? This is zero trust. Once we have serious, incident, then the government must come to help those serious incidents. So that is I always share with the IGF, because Internet Governance Forum. What the function of government from that point of view? Okay, we made a kind of 10, principle for the cybersecurity for the internet that highly related with IoT as well. And also new three premises we must thinking about for IoT or IOF is mobility of things and functions anywhere on the globe. That including function. That quite different from the not only the data mobility. Second one is, it must assume update and upgrade, which means even though just a few months ago your machine was very poor, but because of the update, it's going to be a very strong key for the attacking devices. That's going to be easy, quite easy. In order to destroy the power plant, you can pay, say, 200,000 USD for cleanup people. He or she put a very small device to hack the power plant through the Wi-Fi or the other devices. That's true, right? So we must think about updating and upgrading. So that is went to the requirement for cybersecurity for the IoT devices. The last one is connected, powerful AI behind, which goes to a very interesting architectural difference. Existing AI system is running in cloud. The other side, computer running AI, though it requests large latency, large, possibility of the disconnection. From the viewpoint of real operation in the factory, they requires microsecond latency. Microsecond. It's never been able to run over the wide area networks, which requires millisecond or 10 millisecond. It is very large latency for the robots in a factory, right? So that is a completely new requirement from existing IT-based internet. You allow around 100 millisecond latency because of the human being recognition. Human being distinguish about the 100 millisecond. That's the largest, power. Then the few decades of the millisecond, that's fine for every single human being control. You or say eyeball. So the last topic I want to share with you is how the digital times energy. That is a new area, how the digital technology will contribute to the human being or the Earth, our Mother Earth. You may know the EP100, that's the, renewable energy 100%. EP is energy productive 100%. RE is renewable energy 100%. Well, renewable energy 100% is not easy to do. Though EP100, that's going to be easy to do. Of course, not easy, though EP100 means you have a task. You're using, say, some powers, electricity or the atom. If you improve power efficiency double, meaning half of the power requirement, it's going to be not easy business. Actually, what I did 12 years ago in my university was I hacked my building and campus. Then I successfully reduced the power, power demand in my university 30%. It was 60 megawatt campus, went to the 40 meg by digital twin. That is the digital technology can do. So the first one is the digital twin, as I mentioned. Okay, this is, we're going to discuss in the IGF again in the October timeframe with World Economic Forum. World Economic Forum is kind of, a multi-stakeholder discussion, especially came from the industrial perspective, I think. Then the government people also join there. There is G20, Smart City Alliance. How we make a smart city using digital technologies while considering about regulation as well. So we're going to have a kind of discussion there. What the topic of this? Okay, this is the data in 2022. Last year, how much percent of the renewable energy each country has? The largest one is Brazil. Unbelievable, right? Brazil is more than 80% of renewable energy consumption. You can find that your country, right? So this figure is very interesting. Okay, if you successfully do the energy productivity 100%, required power going to half, right? If, well, UK, Germany, Spain, or Ireland do in the, only 25% increase renewable energy. It goes to carbon neutral, right? Very simple calculation. That is if the level of the economy or GDP is the same. Though when you carefully look at each country's actual physical device or resource going to be saturated. because of populational saturation, right? So what is the growth of GDP now? That almost digital. Growth part would be a digital business, like a financial or 3D or kind of thing. So it means growth of the GDP going to be done by digital infrastructure, not the physical infrastructure. So this number would be not that impossible, I think. This is a case of the India, USA, and Japan. We are now only 20% of renewable energy. If you have the EB100, it goes to half again, only 150% increase. This is not a hard number, right? Just a 1.5 increase. PV or wind cell, that is the possible number you may think about. Important thing is, EP100 going to be able to done by digital technology, by digital twin. Could easily control. Okay. Oh, this is the in order to make a EP100 energy productivity improvement of IT and by IT, and as is system configuration and 2B. Those 4 domains you can think about. First one is the as is of IT. It was virtual machine. We did. That's complete sharing economy, right? Hardware are going to be shared by multiple virtual machines quite effectively. Actually, when I have the earthquake in Japan 12 years ago, my lab student change the existing computer system go to cloud virtual machine. We successfully reduced more than 70% of energy consumption by just introduction of the cloud technology. That's now the Google is always saying. If you have Google, Google Mail from the on the premise mail server operation, more than 80% of the energy saving. That's their promotion. What's going to come from that? That is independency from independence of the application software from hardware. It used to be hardware and software tightly coupled. If that's going to be separated, then the virtual machine be able to share the same hardware quite easily. And also they can change the location quite easily again. If you have a good hardware, the software be able to change location quite easily like you did in the smartphone. Right? That is the OT thing. And also a huge memory processor helping efficiency. How about by IT as is? That is the digital twin. That most of the people are doing in the smart city. Data making digital twin, then control the system. And then the 2B of IT, that is changing from electron to photon or quantum. That's a huge energy saving versus increase of the computational power. When I talk with the data center main players, they always love introduction of optical technology. They really, want to decrease the part of the electricity or electronics because they spend a lot of heat and power. That's the reason why the NTT group in Japan, loving IOWN project, that's all photonic network. Okay, the last one is to be by IT cyber first. Think about the system from beginning as a digital way. Okay, this is the digital twin. Actually, we are working on physical space going to be copied in the digital domain. Then a lot of simulations or evaluation thing, then control them. We went to the building system, campus, entertainment, and automobile. Auto navigation system going to be required, the digital twin of the whole of the infrastructure, right? That is our new task. How to make those digital twin, macroly or microwave. we must integrate those things. This is my work. Then this is the implementation using OSS. About 4 years ago, we discussed with this particular project with Microsoft in headquarters in Seattle. They wanted to install by themselves, by their own proprietary softwares. It was their first plan. When I talked with this year, they changed. They must use open source, otherwise impossible to run. That's quite similar to what did in Microsoft about cloud computing, right? First stage of cloud computing by Microsoft was based on Windows. Who trusts Windows for the cloud computing? Then the Microsoft changing their strategy from Windows to Linux, Unix, right? It was happened, actually. So that is open system, really distributed operation gonna be this way. So this is now we're sharing with Microsoft as a practical implementation. Of course, that must include cybersecurity and architecture discussion. And also the OT system is one of the straightforward direction or exit to go, right? So if you are familiar with the energy portfolio, what industry, what system consuming a lot of energy, that's very interesting. Most of the energy gonna come from production of resource, basic resource like steel or chemical devices, factory consuming a lot. Another one is the car. Car is very stupid equipment. They run only 5 or 10% of lifetime. More than 90% of time, car never run. And also, in order to move human being or material, just few percent of energy is required, meaning 95% of the energy consumed by the car itself, very heavy loading. That should be changed, right? That is online meeting. You don't need to bring yourself. That's a very hard implementation. So this is the logistics innovation the human being experience. Used to be every single company or industry has their own logistic, right? The human being invented container and pallet. That's a huge improvement for the human being. This is sharing economy. Introduction of the container and pallet, any carriers, truck or ship or airplane you can use. You can put any material into the package, computer or fruits, whatever you put on the same package. Yes, we steal this. This is the internet. Right? When I talk with the city design professors, this is completely the same idea, same economical structures, the thing. So this is, now we are going to 3D printers. That's a huge change in the existing physical infrastructure. Right, then, this is the one I want to share with you. The cost, which is implementation and operation of material or electricity, is 2 orders of the larger compared to the digital bit transmission. I've seriously talked with the power company executive. They now realize just putting the glass fiber carrying the digital bit is 1/100th cheaper than electricity movement, transmission. Right? That is, the GAFA already realized. They put the data center just beside their power generators. They don't need any power transmission. Just they need is just a bit transmission from desert part to to our town. That is very, very interesting economical cost comparison toward the future, right? So probably a data center or computer in the center to install the system or our human being thing. Then this is another example. Think about the Earth. The Earth is large, few hundred millisecond delay, right? Then this is example of BMW in Germany. They put every single computer in the German very dark side, expensive land cost, facility cost, and there are no renewable energy. They put in, categorize the work. Then only 20% of the tasks must be run in German. Rest of the 80% be able to the different place. Cheaper electricity, cheaper land cost. That is real number. They did. This is think about globe. Not think about the local way. And then the cost of the bit transmission is very cheaper than power transmission. That is example. Very practical. Then we are now working on the global submarine cable system as well. It has a very strong impact into the infrastructure design in a global way, where you put a data center, conjunction with energy plant or consumption. Another one is I love going to moon, go to space. That's a completely different thing, new area we must think about. Yes, this is our duty. How making address space in moon, right? That is the internationally defined as a commonwealth as a moon. So the businessman want to have particular area. Of course, the government is also, right? This is the quite important discussion in the IGF as well, or G7, G20, how we make a infrastructure, digital infrastructure in the moon, or space, or the Mars. Okay, this is the last one, thank you. This is the new area I'm working on long time, energy times digital. Again, this is OT system going to include, so cyber security is quite important and by design included. Otherwise, such a global system is very fragile, right? Bad guy is going to attack because already such a business model has been established. Okay, thank you, that's all. Question?
If anyone has any questions, feel free. There's a mic just in the middle of the room, I believe. I think it should work now.
Wait, you can count them. Oh, that works. This one.
Hiroshi-san, good presentation.
Thank you.
But I have a question on the energy calculation. So what methods do you all use really to calculate? From my understanding, it would be the replacement of electricity. Is that what you all say as renewable or changing to a different form of energy source?
Well, energy source change is one of the action we do. Though more than that is the changing our consuming infrastructure. Most of the infrastructure we have is very ineffective. related to energy use.
So when you say consuming infrastructure, you mean electricity?
Yes.
So you do not take into consideration non-electrical. I talk in the sense of there are communities out there that never bothered to use electricity in the beginning. So they were never included in the calculation, right? Their methods are traditional in the way of using energy.
Okay, thank you very much. That is how energy is going to be transferred. The first industrial revolution was set as the steam engine. It was very bad system. You required hardware belt and thing in order to transfer those circulating function. It was combustion engine, combustion car, huge engine in the front line, that generating the rotation power. It transfers through the hardware thing, right? What the EV change, just send the electricity, then identical or independent motor gonna put in the each wheel. It was happening in the long time ago in the factory in Europe. First was by steam engine, went to electricity. Then once gonna change into the electricity, easy to change the change the topology, right? Because very flexible power line compared to the hard power transmission system. That's the real innovation in the second industry revolution. We realize, right? Then when you think about aerospace, we start to think about laser energy transmission, for example. Then we don't need any hardware at all. Of course, that's a scientific challenge. Though when you think about the hardware implementation, that is quite hard to change the topology. If you have very flexible way, like a digital transmission with a cheaper infrastructure, you can easily change the topology. One example is you can compare to train system versus airplane or ship. Ship and airplane requires just a point of infrastructure. They don't need 2D large infrastructure installation.
Thank you, Professor Isaki, for starting us off with an insightful session on IPv6 and cybersecurity in Japan. The role of IPv6 is certainly pivotal to securing a digital future. Our next speaker, Doug Montgomery, will be joining us remotely from the United States. As NIST. In this influential role, he assumes technical leadership responsibilities for NIST's research and standardization efforts in trustworthy networks. One significant aspect of his role is leading the USGV6 program at NIST, which plays a pivotal role in facilitating the adoption of IPv6 technologies within the US government. He will lead us through some key insights into the US government's initiatives on cybersecurity and IPv6. Please join me in welcoming Doug Montgomery.
Thank you. Oh. I'm hearing an echo. So thank you for that nice introduction. I am Doug Montgomery. I run the USGV6 program here at NIST. I also manage our Internet Technologies Research Program. And today I was going to talk to you about three topics. One, the broader US government IPv6 initiative. A part of that program that NIST is responsible for, namely the USGV6 Profile and Test Program, and then briefly touch on some other NIST activities in network security, especially in the area of IoT. You might be aware, or if not, that in November of 2020, the US government launched its third phase of initiatives with respect to IPv6. And this new third phase is a rather aggressive program to transition the US government's networks to an IPv6 only status. The quote here on the slide about the strategic intent of this program is for the government to deliver its services and operate its networks, and then importantly, access the services of others using only IPv6 going forward. And so the initiative outlines 3 milestones for government agencies across a 5-year period to incrementally get more and more of their assets, their systems and networks to an IPv6 only status. Coming up at the end of this fiscal year, we're supposed to be at 20% IPv6 only, and eventually by 2025, getting to 80%. Another caveat of the program is that by the end of this year, any new networked IT that is deployed must be v6 enabled at the time of deployment. Now, I said this is the third program. There have been a series of both government policy initiatives and programs by NIST across a long period, starting all the way back to 2005, of government initiatives in IPv6. The current program that started in 2020 called on NIST to do 2 things. One is to update a IPv6 procurement profile that we maintain and a product testing program so as to support the transition to IPv6. Now, over the course of the almost 20 years that we've been doing this, there's been some important policy lessons learned. One is that you can influence the industry by having common acquisition requirements by large user groups like the federal government, requesting features and services out of the product base. There are many examples that I can point to of equipment vendors, OS platforms, networked information services that really kickstarted their serious IPv6 deployment based upon government initiatives. The second thing that has been learned is that standards profiles and product testing protects investments. Certainly in the early days of the US government program, the quality of products wasn't that good, right? In terms of both the completeness and the correctness of their implementations of v6. And so given that the government was enacting policies requiring you to buy IPv6 capable products, it was important to have, 1, standards profiles that would help you define the requirements of those products, and an active product testing program that would allow you to determine which products actually implemented the protocol well. And the last thing that's been learned is that having specific milestones and incremental milestones over a course of years and measurable metrics drives deployment. At least in some areas, such as public-facing services, it's easy for us to measure and monitor the extent to which government agencies are successfully deploying and enacting these policies. You might ask, why complete the transition to IPv6? And we still have a strong belief in the US government that getting to a v6, ubiquitous v6 deployment and eventually an IPv6 only deployment is important to remove technical and economic barriers to innovation. and also to provide a modern network protocol as sort of the global bearer service for interoperability. There are lots of features and capabilities of protocols now that are only being developed on the IPv6 side. And you can look at some of the examples on the right of projects like Matter, which is v6 only. Some of the work in v6 LowPan doesn't have natural analogs in v4. There are features like segment routing with SRv6 that are also enabled fundamentally by the use of v6. The second issue is that we think getting to a v6 only stature is important for cybersecurity. As was mentioned in the keynote talk, right? Globally unique addresses, the use of globally unique addresses significantly improves the effectiveness of network defense technologies in cyber forensics. There was in the previous talk mention of things like zero trust, which is based upon sort of a holistic ability to be able to correlate policy about specific end systems with behavioral analytics, all of which gets more complex to do in environments that are depending on network address translation. And then there's the observation that v6 actually provides a vast address space that can be used as an enabler to innovation of new approaches to network security, ways of obscuring or using vast address spaces to enable the kinds of either defensive mechanisms or at least forensics that you can't do in v4. And finally, we think that getting to a v6 only stature will reduce the cost and complexity of networks. There's a lot of engineering and operational complexity induced by multiple layers of network address translation. Getting to a simple global address format that can be used without incurring all of that engineering complexity is one of the side benefits that we're aiming for here. You might ask why now? And I mentioned that the US government has had initiatives of different forms in IPv6 adoption since 2005. You know, the short answer is why now? One is that the state of maturity of products and v6 enabled services is such that it is feasible to drive towards v6 only networks now. There's been significant advances in the state of the technology. When the government first started this program in 2005, as I said before, the state of products was not particularly good. The other, by now, most ISPs and major service providers have IPv6 services. Most major operating systems have mature implementations. The other is that, all around us, out in the rest of the internet, beyond the government, is v6 adoption is rapidly growing. In most measures of various sorts, you're seeing v6 adoption at over 50% in many countries, 50% of the traffic or more coming off of networks. As was mentioned previously, some of the cellular networks are v6 only to the handsets. So there's a lot more adoption out there now. And so industry and governments need to be aligned on strategic directions. Numerous large enterprises and service providers have stated plans to migrate towards IPv6 environments in the next 5 to 10 years. And so the US government is following suit. There are lots of different measurement activities that go on, that characterizes the state of deployment where we are now. Service providers like Akamai see large numbers of networks, not just that they have v6 deployed, but over 50% of the traffic coming from those networks is v6 enabled. Google reports statistics of faster latency or less latency in IPv6 networks than IPv4. Jeff Houston at APNIC does interesting measurements testing, whether individual end user systems prefer v6 to v4, and at least in the US, sees like 40% as 46% of the users are on systems that prefer to use v6 over v4. There's lots of documented experience in deployment in the enterprise space. Both Aaron and the Internet Society does a great job of documenting that. And then you look at forward-looking companies that are looking at the enabling powers of IPv6 for things like IoT, and you see that they're looking to pure IPv6 networks as the key to deployment in those areas. So you might ask, so all that's good. Why deploy v6? Why drive towards v6 only? And there the logic goes back to sort of the cost and complexity of operating networks and the observations about why would you operate two protocol stacks if you didn't have to, right? Reduce cost, complexity, and importantly, reduce attack surfaces. And you can look at dual stack networking. We all are reasonably comfortable with that nowadays. But it wasn't designed nor desired necessarily to be a final state. There are lots of commercial implementations now of transition mechanisms that'll help you take v6 only enterprises or enclaves and make sure through things like NAT64 and DNS64 that they can communicate with the rest of the internet that still might be in v6 only. IPv4 only mode. And so, there are enough pieces of the puzzle that would allow you to safely operate a production v6 only networks. Now, this is not to say that the problem is completely solved, and in particular in the application space, there are still issues to work through in individual applications and deployments. So, we're not deluded that getting to v6 only status in the government will be completely trivial. There is work to do in some areas. So the current U.S. government initiative, there's always questions that come up in our user base. One is, looking at what is the state of IPv6 maturity in commercial products and services. As I noted, mainstream operating systems routing switching is relatively mature. There's lots of variance in the capabilities of products in other realms, and in particular, small devices, non-traditional IT platforms. Also, there's historically been a lot of questions about the state of maturity of IPv6 in security devices, firewalls, IDSs, and the such. There again, a lot of progress has been made in the last 5 to 10 years, such that you can buy viable products in the security realm that fully support IPv6. There is need to update security guidance in this area to particularly focus, while most v6 security guidance was tailored in the past towards primarily dual stack environments, looking at the specific security concerns of a v6 only environment is something that needs more attention. And dealing with the interactions with IPv6, and in particular v6 only networks, and other government security policies and initiatives like Zero Trust, as was mentioned before, various government-wide monitoring and diagnostics programs. All of these issues need some additional attention. Another interesting question is, how do we define v6 only? So while the basic government policy was clear about the intent of where we're going, the details remain a bit uncertain by what we meant by v6 only. Whether IPv4 is not present in the product, or administratively disabled, or just not provisioned with a global address. All of these are kind of questions about specifically what v6 only means. We're still working through the details of how to accurately measure progress against the policy. And an interesting question is not just in the typical control and data planes, but whether commercial products can really do the full life cycle of product operation in a v6 only network, meaning install, configure, update, manage, and monitor a product. So that's a summary of where the US government is currently and where it's headed and what are some of the questions that remain in that space. I wanted to talk a bit about the specific NIST role of the USG Profile and Test Program. And this program was initiated back in 2009 based upon some other attributes of government policy. One is the decision was made to evolve the IT infrastructure, not by mass upgrade, but really relying on tech refresh cycles so that all of the times you would naturally refresh a device, a platform, a laptop, routers and switches, to make sure that we were always buying IPv6 capable products over a decade-long period, so that the natural tech refresh cycle would begin to put v6 capable products in place. So there comes to be two questions there. One is, how do you define IPv6 capable, right? Is that there isn't an IETF spec necessarily that defines what it means to be IPv6 compliant. There are hundreds of specs related to v6. There are things like the node requirements RFCs that maybe define a minimal viable product, but there isn't a good way to define the specific capabilities of individual types of products. And so the USGV6 profile exists to establish a mean to basically write requirement specifications. And if you write requirement specifications for a given product, then the second question is, how do you test that a given product met those requirements, right? And so how to protect the investments of these IPv6 capable products that we are requiring the government to buy. And so there's the second half of the program, the USGV6 test program, that's meant to address that issue. The profile for the USGV6 profile tries to establish a vocabulary to write requirement specifications. Once again, you could think about listing RFCs, a long list of RFCs as product requirements, but it turns out RFCs sometimes don't have clear scopes and boundaries, or they involve just one component of a set of protocols that's necessary to make a viable product. And so we developed a profile that takes internet RFCs and builds a vocabulary around them of what we call capabilities, right? Named capabilities that are mapped to specific RFCs that allow you to write a reasonably complete technical specification of v6 requirements in terms of these things that we call capability strings. Once again, a capability here is a summary of a set of requirements that provide either a natural product, a natural function, or a testable subsystem, if you will. So let me explain that a bit more. So we have these named capabilities, like the one on the screen is for a capability that we call core, that we suggest is mandatory in all products. That actually maps in the profile. The profile takes the simple concept of v6 core capabilities and maps it to, in this case, over 10 different RFCs that we say, RFCs or parts of RFCs that we say are part of the core capability, right? So we provide you a named capability that summarizes actually a lot of technical specification. And in some cases, something like core has 10 different RFCs that it references. Sometimes it's only parts of RFCs. And in some cases, because it's a profile that we get to make for the government, we even change the normative nature of some of the requirements, such as making mandatory in our definition of core some things that are optional in the base RFC. So I said there's two components. One is providing a vocabulary in which you can express requirements. The USG V6 test program exists to provide a testing infrastructure that can have standardized test methods for conformance and interoperability and test a product against a requirement specification. When we looked around, our goals here are to minimize burden for vendors. And so we were very much interested in leveraging an existing test program and to make sure that we can produce a test program that has enough quality control and procedures so that we can ensure that a product tested at any lab produces a result that is that can be trusted with confidence, that it would be the same result as you would get from any other lab. And so very early on in this process, we signed an MOU with the IPv6 Forum and the IPv6 Ready Logo program to use to the maximum extent possible their test methods and only augment them when we needed to in places where our profile deviated from the sort of implicit requirements of the V6 Ready Logo program. So to support the latest government policy that came out in 2020, we made a major revision to the USG V6 program in 2020 that updated all of the profiles to the latest versions of IETF specifications. We tried to simplify the program and make it more usable, both for those who write requirements and those who either produce or conduct testing or digest the test results. And we published those specifications in 2020 with a 2-year time horizon before they are required for use. By November of 2022, our test labs are only testing against the new specifications, and we are recommending to users that you only accept a test result that has been tested against the new version of the profile and the new version of the tests. One of the things we focused on is trying to make this process easier to use. And so rather than having users have to create their own requirement specifications for many common devices, we now offer what we think of as default definitions of what IPv6 capable means for things like hosts, routers, switches, what we call network protection devices. You can still write your own detailed specifications, but you can also choose just to use one of these default specifications. I will say that the USG V6 test program does strict conformance testing, interoperability testing, and what we call functional testing. We don't have tests for every capability in the profile. We sort of define the tests for what we think are the most important capabilities as time and resources permits. All of these tests are online. You can look at them all. There are new tests that we've put in place to test IPv6 only properties of devices. We're working on some new interoperability tests for things like cloud services at the time. So the test program continues to evolve with new tests coming online all the time. So, products are now being tested against this new profile in the new test program. We maintain a product registry, a registry of tested products hosted by UNHIOL as our original labs. Vendors, there's hundreds of devices and products, software products that have already tested against the new version of the profile and the new version of the test suites. One of the things that we need, so vendors in our program are free to elect to exercise whatever tests they want, right? The product vendors choose which tests to have executed in the test labs. One of the things that we need to drive vendors to be more aggressive about the features they test is to have users write requirements and write RFPs and acquisitions that require the demonstration of tested capabilities. Test results are reported in the supplier's declaration of conformity, which has detailed test results for all of the features that a vendor chose to test. I noted before that we don't have test suites for every feature in the profile. So a vendor, if we have a test suite, you must execute it. If we don't have a test suite for a given capability, a vendor can self-declare, in that case, correct implementation of that feature. And all the test results for every product come back in a standardized format. So what's new? One thing that's new is that we have a newly accredited lab. Early on in this program, we had 3 accredited labs that eventually two of those were in North America. One was in Taiwan. Eventually, we dropped down to only having UNH IOL as the only accredited lab. But recently, CN Labs has completed both the accreditation process and back to the quality control idea. We require labs to do inter-lab comparisons where we provide a specific target device or implementation and have each lab conduct the same set of tests against that single reference target. And then the labs themselves go through a process of comparing results, making sure that both the test methods and the results are exactly the same in the way that they test those products. And so now we're very pleased to have CN Labs as one of our accredited laboratories. In testing updates, we continuously update our test specifications to align with evolution of the IPv6 Ready program. We have an initial plan for how to test what we call the IPv6 only capability that we're executing, and vendors are testing their products for that now. And the ongoing work in that space is that we are working on developing some test plans for cloud services and developing some additional guidance documents for how to easily use both the profile and the test program. The next topic I talk a little bit about, actually just one slide, is that beyond doing these things that are supporting acquisition, NIST has produced test and measurement tools to help agencies in deployment. We have these continuously running monitoring and test tools that look at the deployment primarily across the US federal government networks, measuring the completeness and correctness of deployment, looking at issues, sort of second order issues of comparing the bandwidth that we see to various government websites over v6 and v4 to look for problems in that realm. We do drill down across websites looking at content below the top level to understand whether it's reachable over v6 services, and if so, whether the performance of those individual links are comparable in v6 and v4. And these things have been very useful, right? The profile and the test programs supports acquisition, but these kind of tools support debugging of deployments and ensuring that the quality of the deployed v6 services is on par with v4 at a minimum. A couple other topics I was asked to talk about for the scope of this conference. One is cybersecurity for IoT. At NIST, there are 2 separate kinds of activities going on there. One is this program called Cybersecurity for IoT, which really is developing a complete risk management framework for IoT, helping users and government agencies understand IoT risk factors associated with various technologies and use cases, surveying standards and developing what we call capability catalogs of IoT device cybersecurity capabilities. We also develop profiles of and capability baselines for both consumer devices and federal use cases. And most recently, we've been tasked with developing baseline profiles and the criteria for what could be used as a cybersecurity testing and labeling program for consumer IoT devices. All of that reflects the concern about the cyber risk of IoT devices, typically in individual consumer environments, what I'd call non-managed networks, where we see lots of botnet attacks originating from and that sort of thing. A second realm in which we are looking at IoT security is one more from a research and development perspective. We've had projects that are looking at things like the use of MUD, manufacturing usage description technology, to be able to provide strong access controls on IoT devices, both in terms of how they access the internet and how they are accessed from the internet. We have projects that are also looking at device onboarding technologies, things like the device provisioning protocol, Brewski, some of the technologies that are in the thread stack for how you securely provision and onboard IoT devices. And we've done some work in using formal verification to try to prove the security properties of these underlying IoT protocols for things like device onboarding. And that's all the topics I wanted to cover today. My email address is here. There are links to the USGV6 program and the cybersecurity program and our other research topics in general. I can't hear the mic again. Is it here?
Thank you, Doug, for that informative session on USGV6 and NIST's IoT security initiatives. I hope you've all enjoyed this morning's sessions. Please join us now for a short refreshment break. We will aim to kick off again in the next 15 minutes. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Ralph Wallace. I'm the U.S. IPv6 Council Chair, and one of the reasons I'm here is that personal presence from the United States in the IPv6 forum. I spent 9 years as the Internal Revenue Service IPv6 Transition Manager. I've worked extremely closely with Doug Montgomery, and painfully I had brown hair before I started working on all the test profiles. Just want to let you know. So, but if you have any questions, either on segues or anytime today or tomorrow, look me up. I know what's going on. In my next session, no, Krishna, I appreciate what you said. No, I'm joking. Ask the questions. I'm easy. We don't want to take up too much time for the rest of the presenters, because the presenter after me is the president of the IPv6 Forum, Latif Ladid, and I don't want to upset him. Anyway, thank you very much. Looking forward to presenting shortly.
don't think my mic's on. Okay, cool. Ladies and gentlemen, if we could please return to our seats. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you've all enjoyed the refreshment break and are feeling energetic for our next speaker. I am excited to introduce our next speaker, Ralph Wallace, who is a highly accomplished professional serving as the chairman of the US IPv6 Council, and who has been one of the leaders driving the secure IPv6 transitioning of the United States federal government IT infrastructure. With over 40 years of technology experience, he is internationally recognized as an expert in large IPv6 deployments. He has been designated as an IPv6 deployment world leader by the IPv6 Forum and has been honored with induction into the International IPv6 Hall of Fame. His contributions have been instrumental in shaping the latest US government IPv6 directive, which aims to transition all federal agencies to IPv6 only enterprises by 2025. With his extensive expertise and leadership, he has played a pivotal role in driving the successful adoption and implementation of IPv6 technology within the government sector. Please join me in welcoming Ralph Wallace to the stage as he presents enhanced cybersecurity measures for IPv6 only networks.
This better be working. Hello? Oh, this is on IPv4, right? No. No. Oh, there we go. There we go. You switched to IPv6. I got that. That's good. Oh, by the way, how many people in here can spell IPv6? Hands, please. I just want to check. Okay, great. Okay, perfect. Great, great. By the way, how many people in here understand the difference between a 32-bit address and a 128-bit address? Okay, good. Whew. The reason I do that is that I have to ask that polling question whenever I'm presenting in places like this, because you never know, because somebody goes, 32 what? And it's pretty funny, because when you start understanding about IPv6 and the difference between A and B, and it's literal, A and B, right? So when you start talking about things like that, this right here in this presentation, you have to understand IPv6 in order to see what you are involved with. Now, when I say that, everybody in the room is involved in the IPv6 transition to one degree or another, right? To one degree or another. Either you're an evangelist, or you're a technologist, or you're a futurist. That one's for you, Ruth. So the point when you're talking to people and understanding what's the future, right? This presentation is a caveat. This presentation is just because somebody who has an authoritative voice says this is the way it should be, they're not necessarily right. So when I say NSA, yes, it is the National Security Agency, right? So NSA as the National Security Agency, it's actually fairly interesting, right? When it came out in January of this year, and we all read, right? We who were cybersecurity professionals in the IPv6 community, we started reading all that stuff, and we went, and we said, well, who talked to us? By the way, I know most of the people in the cybersecurity community for the IPv6. So since I'm not, I said, did they talk to you? No. Did they talk to you? No. Neil Ziring, Z-I-R-I-N-G, is the new technical director, no, not new, but he's the technical director at NSA. He got his chops back in 2008, and he wrote the very first seminal document, how to do your rule sets for a firewall. Open source out of NSA. Rule sets for your firewall, 2008. How do I know that? I put it into my own cybersecurity stuff, and as part of that defense in depth thing you'll see about later on. So anyway, here you go. I just want to make sure that you understand that Oh, you're going to have to ask questions. Okay, anybody have any argument with that? Reason being is that I've got presence here. All right? Presence as in who likes Stitch? So you're going to have to ask questions, right? Just to make sure that you understand that you're giving, this is called positive reinforcement, right? You got it? Okay, good. All right. But we'll do that a little bit later on. I love it when the plan comes together. Oh, this is active resources, you know, normal stuff. This is what we do. I want to make sure that it's very, very clear. Look it up here. I love it. Is this laser working? No. The IPv6 transition specialists and IPv6 forum people, trainers and engineers. We put our money where our mouth is. I'm part of the U.S. IPv6 Council chair for the IPv6 forum. It's not just a point of just having a title. We actually do it. So there's that. Any other questions about the company? Talk to me later. All right. Okay, how many hackers are in here? Okay, I get one. Okay, good. Who else? Where'd he go? Where's my Korean friend? Oh, there he is. Raise your hand. Raise your hand. Okay, great. It's okay, right? You're not being filmed. I am, right? So how many hackers? Who else? Are there other hackers? Oh, I love Matt over here is going. Hi, how are you? Okay, but the point. So the point is, okay, hackers. Back in 2008, you know, when I hear I'm doing stuff, and I'm talking to friends of mine from DEF CON and Red Hat and all the other things, right? And I'm saying, so what's the problem with IPv6? They go, there's no problem. We love it because nobody else understands it. And for those of you who were there, you know exactly what I just said. I can't, and you can't make it up. There was a U.S. college cyber test, 2010, 2011, I think, and the opposing team won it in like 15 minutes because they hacked root on the opposing team's servers by going through IPv6 because it had been turned on, but nobody knew it. And I'm serious. I'm very, very serious. That's exactly how they won it. And of course, everybody in the competition went, so what do we do now? Right? Well, let's run it again, but let's see if we can secure it. Okay. So the question here, who in here who has some background, a little bit of experience? No, it's just for everybody. Come on. Which one of these hacks is IPv6? Okay, wait a minute. I'm hearing all of them. Okay. Why is it all of them? Let me ask a different question. How many of these are layer 3 hacks versus layer 7? No, man in the middle, you've already been fished or spearfished, right? The man in the middle is because they've already pwned you and they've already gotten you, right? But it's not layer 3, it's layer 7. So when you look at this, right, this gives you a perspective for IPv6. Is IPv6 more secure than IPv4? No. Can it be made more secure than IPv4? Yes. But it takes engineering effort. It takes testing. It takes piloting. It makes, okay, look at the threat vectors. Look at the target attack services. You got to look at all that stuff and then, you know, put the defense in place. So I hope I just made my point. Defense in depth. The reason I'm doing this is because how many of you downloaded my white paper? Oh, man. I mean, Krishna, you did put the white paper on the website, right? Okay. Nobody in here got downloaded it? You're all fired. You're all fired. So tomorrow when we talk about this in the workshop, I'm going to talk more and more and more about what is a defense in depth arrangement. What is the truth? Okay, when you have this and then this and then this and then this. Hiroshi, your presentation earlier, spot on. Doug Montgomery's efforts that were there, spot on. The thing is that if you got to have an engineered solution that's laser focused at what point of security that you have to put in place for defense. It's a defense in depth. Perimeter, infrastructure, host. And then understand that IPv6 is an end-to-end protocol, unlike IPv4. Unlike IPv4. When I say end-to-end, okay, for those of you, okay, where did the packets fragment in IPv6? Come on. I'm asking questions. You ask questions later on. But okay, come on. At the host. Yep, you said source. Yeah, close enough. But that's the point. The packets fragment at the host. Is that different than IPv4? Absolutely, it's different. So what happens if you block your ICMPv6 at the router or the ACLs? Correction, router and ACLs, the same thing. Perimeter firewall, endpoint firewall, ACLs. What if you do that and you can't get your ICMPv6? Or just get the RFC 8201, PMTUD. If I say something and I'm starting to use acronyms too much, you can blame me because I spent 20 years in the United States Navy. But stop me, and what did you just say again? All right. I want to get out of the way so that you can read this stuff. You can read faster than me. You can read faster than I can talk. So as you're reading this stuff, the reason I wrote it down like this and all this text is because when people can take a look at the presentation, you can go back and you can start yellow highlighting everything that's here and go, I need to look at this. When I say I need to look at this, for whatever role you're going to have, this gives you an opportunity to be conscious about your cybersecurity posture, conscious about your cybersecurity architecture within your enterprise. And notice that it's your enterprise, and it also applies to, Hiroshi, to the internet. Because the internet itself doesn't have protections. And Hiroshi's over there going, yep, you're right. The internet has some protections in there, like why is there DNSSEC on the DNS servers for the internet? Because nobody liked getting the DNS servers hacked, right? So anyway, there you go. This gives you an idea about how this all came about. For those of you who know some of the players in the field, Uri Rich, Scott Hogue, Joe Klein, who's going to be coming on a little bit later on, and a few others, TJ Evans, we created the first IPv6 cybersecurity course of instruction in 2010, and we did it for the Advanced Research Projects Agency. You know the guys that wrote IPv4? Yes, the same guys. And so they were going through their IPv6 transition. We're going through the course. The firewall guy is in there, and we talked to him about Teredo and ISOTAP and GRE tunnels, and he went, is this real? I went, no, it's fake. It's Fantasyland. I don't understand. So he said, I got to call my wife. And I went, what? I got to tell her I'm coming home late tonight. And I looked at him and said, because you're going back to the office and configure your firewall rule sets. He went, absolutely deny protocol 41. And I went, good, you're good to go. You're good to go. But you see, these are the kinds of things, if you don't think about it, and if you don't put it in place, and if you don't try it, and then go, well, wait a minute, what's the attack? What's the threat? Identify the threat, right? And then put it in place into a lab, and then get it working, you're good to go. Okay. How many of you have heard of a national security agency? I have to ask the question. And the reason I'm laughing is that when I just got out of the Navy, they asked me to come back in to do some stuff with NSA. So I've actually been to Fort Meade. I've been inside the building that you can't see the light of day for weeks. So I've been there, done that, I got it. So whenever I see something from NSA and knowing how they do good work, I mean, great work, don't get me wrong, great work. But as soon as it comes out, I go, wait a minute, did they talk to anybody? Where's the reality of what's going on? So this is what they came up with from a summary. You can read through everything up at the top. And by the way, the top two things there, that's part of the open source. You can pull it up. You can pull it. It's open source. It's unclassified. The only caveats are you should be following some guidelines if you're going to have cybersecurity within your enterprise. Well, as I read it, and I went, oh, wait a minute, this didn't look right. So you can see my comments down here. Privacy. How many people in here understand that a good IPv6 addressing plan is the core of your IPv6 transition? Here's Matt. You know how many people don't understand how long it takes to create a good IPv6 addressing plan? You just don't download it from Wikipedia, folks. I'm sorry. It is a massive effort in order to make sure that what your topology is in the enterprise, the topology is there, whether it's wired, wireless, virtual, cloud, don't care. You still have to have a good IPv6 addressing plan. The comment here about Slack. Everybody understands, right? You just don't automatically put Slack into an enterprise. I mean, you could, you'd be shooting yourself in the foot. And then stand by to reload. And on that point about Slack, Slack is a beautiful thing. Everybody, when IPv6 first came out, they went, hey, it's auto configuration. And as soon as I heard auto configuration, I went, you're nuts. You're absolutely nuts. Because, now why is it, right? Yes, it does do auto configuration. It's a function that meets a design requirement that the IETF came up with, and IoT is perfect for it. IoT is perfect for it, not your workstations and your servers and your telephones and your video telephone conferences, all that stuff, right? Go IoT, great, Slack. Why IoT? Your NICs on your devices are so small, right? The operating system on those devices is so small. Why burden it? Why try to install a DHCP v6 client on something that's so small? It's pathetic. So here's the point where I'm looking at this going, you know what? Get that IPv6 addressing plan in place. How many people in here can recite RFC 4213? The guy in the back smiling going, yeah, buddy. So RFC 4213, if you don't understand 4213, you can't get past go, right? You have to identify the transition mechanism that you will use during your IPv6 transition. It's not willy-nilly. It doesn't automatically come out of the box as dual stack. It doesn't. In the old days, Microsoft installed a Teredo tunnel broker on Vista, and you're nodding because you're going, oh yeah, I remember it. And then there was a direct line through IPv4, the enterprise, back to Microsoft server, right? The tunnel, what port was it? I can't remember the port off the top of my head. You remember the port? But it literally was a port that was there, and just, okay, well, we're going to open up the port, and everything's going to be fine. So here I am at the Internal Revenue Service, and I'm saying we need to do rule sets. We need to prevent all tunnels, right? Prevent all tunnels. So I go, great, perfect. Palo Alto firewall comes up. We do the rule sets, deny protocol 41, and then the cybersecurity guy says, hey, Ralph. I go, uh-oh. Why are we getting a tunnel notification from inside criminal investigation? What? I thought you said criminal investigation had not enabled any of the workstations. I said, they hadn't. how do you know? He says, the guys in charge told me for configuration control, they didn't have any workstations up. Well, then you're getting a Teradata request that we're blocking right now, and it's coming from this subnet on this building in this location. And I went, I'll call up the guys. I called them up and said, do you know you got a Teradata broker out in there that's trying to tunnel through? And the guys went, what? No. You want to see the logs? The reason I'm bringing this up, don't fall asleep, Mike. I mean, it's not that bad. So, but the deal, though, is look at these. Perimeter and endpoint firewalls. You can do this kind of stuff. The point, though, is look at this stuff about tunnels. How many people in here who have actually deployed IPv6 have deployed tunnels on purpose just because? Notice what I caveated at the end, just because. No. You did it with a conscious thought, a conscious design decision, because you had to put the tunnel in place. How many of you people in here have heard of locator ID separation protocol? Oh, you have? Oh. Are you from Cisco? Okay. I'll talk to you later about that as well. Encapsulation for locator ID separation protocol is a great opportunity to do the right thing. So it's all those good things. Now, we're back to 42.13. We're back to 42.13. These comments above do not express the true impact of this decision. Why are you doing dual stack? Oh, it's best practice. Can we take it about 3 layers lower? Right? Let's take it 3 layers lower. Just because it's best practice, it's a best practice because it's the right thing to do. And how do you set up a defensive perimeter, a defensive structure architecture, unless you know what's dual stack? Is this a 1918 IPv4 address that's one side? Because on the other side, it's always going to be global unicast. And if you don't believe that, trust me, there's a lot of them out there. So when you're talking about these things, you got to do this mapping. It is a non-trivial component. And when I say non-trivial, it's tough. If you don't have your topology down and nailed, try to go ahead and figure out where you should put your IPv6 subnets, which of course is your /64s. Okay? By the way, okay, quick question. How many IPv6 addresses are in a /64? Let's take it another layer down. Okay, how many IPv6? Oh, 18 quintillion. Really? You no beanie baby for you. 18 quintillion. And I'll say this just because there's some telcos out there that have cell phones, right? And for 5G, I can't tell you the telco, but every cell phone is part of a /64. One /64. When I learned that, I went, you're protecting your routers pretty good, aren't you? What do you mean? I don't know. One ACL says at this prefix, I'm going to deny a /48, and it's going to clear out everything. And he went, what? See my point? So when I hear things like that, I go, So, for those of you who haven't seen RFC 7381, you really do need to look at it. You can say it's old, it's not. It's effective, it's reasonable, and it's also, I hate to say this, it maps to what I presented to the Federal IPv6 Task Force as lessons learned from our deployment with the Internal Revenue Service. So it's all good. I remember in 2008, when I was only so tall, in 2008, I said, do you know how many IPv6 addresses you could have assigned to a NIC I didn't say host, I just said Nick, because I hoped that they knew what I was talking about. And they went, no, how many? 10. And then I'm not talking about the linked local addresses. The what? Link, never mind. So it was one of those cases where you say, okay, 4291, if you don't know this by heart and you're leading a transition effort, okay, then you don't understand the impact of your IPv6 addressing plan to your cybersecurity architecture. Hiroshi brought up earlier zero trust. Each endpoint in your /64 is a unique 128-bit identifier that, if you wish to put the authentication header in there for the extension, in that extension headers, you just use the authentication header, right? All of a sudden, you just solved part of the problem on zero trust. But you got to put that in the application, the addressing plan, because this is how you're identifying certain nodes. And if you don't identify them, that you don't have configuration control, and your security operations center goes, who just did that? Wrong. But 4291, people kind of go, well, that's just normal. I go, then you got to look at it from a cybersecurity perspective. How many folks in here know that every RFC has a security consideration paragraph? Every single one. Okay? And the IPv6 requirements document that I produced every time I walk in someplace, it goes back to every single RFC that has a security consideration. Okay, there we are now, education. We all read this from NSA, and we went, wow, they're talking about training. Wow. Notice how specific they are. Not. So, but I'm serious. So here you are you're going, okay, great. Training. One of the hardest things that have happened within the Federal IPv6 Task Force is that CIOs, federal CIOs, large agencies, come back to the Federal IPv6 Task Force and say, we don't have people that are trained. We don't have people that are experienced. So we can't get started on the transition. Baloney, folks. And I'm serious as a heart attack about this. Baloney. What do you mean you can't get started on a transition? Get started. People have to get their hands dirty, right? They're going to get their hands dirty. Talk to them about networking. Talk to them about cybersecurity. Talk to them about application development, which IPv6 Forum, those 3 courses are taught. We teach them right now. We're teaching them to our federal our federal customer. But each one of them, you got to have networking first, right? And then you go to either cybersecurity or application development. But it's, yeah, should you have training? Absolutely right. Should you have a training plan? Absolutely right. Why? How do you set the job description of the person who's doing the work? If I'm just going to, hey, can I go to security training? Are you part of the security staff? No. Well, it's kind of nice, but you see my point? And then here we were. This literally is the end of the paper for NSA. Literally the end of the paper. There's other things too. I truncated it for the presentation today. But my author's comments going through. Who in here in the room has actually conducted an IPv6 transition? And I mean actually went from IPv4 to IPv6, and I don't mean in a lab, I mean in a production environment. Hands, please. Hiroshi, okay. Yep. Matthew, okay. Do you realize how small your demographic is? Until you've done it, you don't understand how hard it is. And people go, oh, that's easy. Baloney. It's not. I'm sorry. It's just simply not. It's not easy. It's tough. And you got to have the conversations with the people who are going, What if we don't do it? Am I going to lose my birthday? You know, so it's like, come on, give me a break. So I wanted to make sure that everybody understood. Just because this big agency says this is what you should do does not necessarily mean it's right. Do your due diligence. Have your labs stood up. Ensure your standards are all RFC based, okay? And when you do that, you've got the opportunity to prove every decision that you're going to make, risk-based decisions or not, you can prove it in the lab before you move on to the next thing to make something effective. And now finally, where was the hackers again? You're not going to say, sorry, I'm not me, right? If you haven't heard about the hacker's choice, you probably didn't hear it here. This is where script kiddies have been trying to use to get into networks, IPv6 networks. And notice what I said, script kiddies. The guys who wrote the applications, they're good. And I mean they're really good. Look at the dates. It's been around for a while. Been around for a while. Notice I'm referring to the GitHub location, because I'm not going to send you to the actual hacker's website because they're going to be, right? They're going, oh, I see somebody just came in from Sydney, Australia. This guy's laughing. He's going, oh, damn it, he said that. So when you start talking about these things here, the U.S. government actually does have a clue in many, many, many cases. So in that clue, I'm fortunate to say that I've been working with a great bunch of people in the U.S. government, and I continue to be that way. And as the chair of the U.S. IPv6 Council, part of the IPv Forum goal is to collaborate between industry, academia, and government. And I'm hoping that we can continue this, and hopefully next year we'll have our first summit, new summit for the U.S. Council in the future. Hang on, almost there. Almost there. Oh, yes. You won't see it before you get it. Ask the questions. Come on. Oh, Matt. Yeah, buddy. Yes, sir.
The commentary earlier from the first presentation spoke to the large telcos in Japan. 80 down to 64% adoption of IPv6.
Yes.
That have transitioned. What would you say is the average percentile globally if you broke it down into North America, EMEA, or Europe, and then the Asia region?
I could do that for you. The problem is the nuances of each region and how the regulatory of each government makes an impact. In the U.S., it's capitalism. You know, you do this, you're going to make money. If you don't make money, then why are you doing it? I could tell you about CenturyLink, AT&T, Verizon, and say, here's where they're at. And in some cases, their head is in the sand, right? But I can't. But you also realize, too, that when IPv6 was first launching, we all were looking at AppNec in Japan and saying, wow, you guys really understand what's going on. You understand. You know, you've been there. You and I've, yeah. So the question then is, could I give you some stats? Sure. Is it worthwhile?
Across Asia, what would you say? I mean, is the adoption above 50% broadly speaking?
We can. I don't have the slide, but I can get it for you. Worldwide statistics. It's one of the things that Latif Ladid has on a regular basis, just to make sure that here's this and here's that, here's that. Belgium used to be like huge, but once again, it's all about business. And I hate to say that, but it's true. You know, where am I going to make money? For an example, and by the way, I'm going to do, which one should I give him? Because, sorry, Matt, I know you wanted to do this first, but this is. You're welcome. Let's talk a little bit more about that later on, because I've got some data. For an example, Internal Revenue Service, the website, right? Started up in 2012. We kept trends right? The IRS, who in here does not know what the Internal Revenue Service is in the United States? Okay, great. Because you do pay your taxes, right? So the website started off with like 5% utilization over IPv6. Here we are today, 65%. The reason it's 65%, as it's been growing, it's not because somebody told people to go to the irs.gov and go to the IPv6 side. It's open. It's truly dual stack. Akamai front end. The point, though, is here's the IRS. Why 65%? Well, IPv4 went away, right? So IPv4 went away. And then the next thing is applications. We break up the website, people and applications. We got applications checking in because it's easier for the application to get into irs.gov to process transactions. Money. When we turned on IPv6 for the stuff, we had no clue this was going to happen. But when we wrote the spec, there we go. I hope that helps.
Thank you.
Who knows?
Security with IPv6. With the introduction of Quick, how is that changing?
Is Quick a true vendor solution in different markets?
Well, isn't it a way for everybody to try and hide from the vendors what's going on?
Oh, good catch. I got to stop and think about that. Yes, it is a way for them to hide. The point is, how many people like you know about that?
Unfortunately, I learnt all about it last week.
I'm sorry?
I learnt all about it last week at a conference and went, oh, that explains a lot.
Which conference, where?
Osnog last week.
Oh, Osnog, yeah. So is it there? Now, I've been doing Nanog digests for the past 15 years, so I get it, right? Just because you heard it at Osnog doesn't mean that it's proliferated.
Places like Facebook, YouTube, Google are using it a lot, and they're changing their domain names so that instead of going to mail.google, it's going to google.com/mail to hide from people doing DPI exactly what's going through their network under Quick.
Learn something new. Great, thank you. You deserve Tigger. Yes? Sure. This is actually going to be, I think I wrote to this in the white paper, and then tomorrow I'm going to touch on this. Every IPv6 transition is a technology insertion effort. Project management professionals over the past 30 years have already proven the point that a technology insertion project will fail 80% of the time because of improper or inappropriately used project management processes. IPv6 is just another example. So your risks are, if you don't follow the proper project management rigor, if you don't follow through with things that need to be considered with good peer review, all of these things, if you don't get it, right, you're going to miss it. And then when you have to do recovery and rework, you just have to follow the same due diligence to do it. I'm not quite answering your question, but let me see if I can do another thing. When I first walked into the Internal Revenue Service, they said, what are the risks? Reasonable question from the Internal Revenue Service to somebody who's going to change their entire network topology. And I looked at him, I said, there's three: people, contracts, and budget. And they looked. Third, people, contracts, and budget. Funding, budget. I prefer to say budget because in the US government, budgeting and funding sometimes gets confused. So, the people. How many people in here know about organizational change management? Organizational change management. Here's Matt over here going, yeah, I got that too. Organizational change management. Basically, that's where somebody goes, why are we doing this? It's not broke. It's not broke. Why fix it? Wait a minute. Did somebody say that my network's not connecting? I still got email. What? What, Krishna? Okay. But you understand what I just said. The biggest risk is to somebody who's an executive, and you're trying to get past that executive in order to get to where you need to get to. Because IT just is supposed to support your business function, right? It's supposed to enhance your capability for time to market. Hiroshi was perfect on talking about it earlier, okay? It's all time to market. And everything that he talked about is time to market. So when you're talking about challenges from an IPv6 perspective, if you have the requirements, we do, IETF, smart people like CN Labs, Criterion Networks, people can go ahead and identify that here's the requirements, and then just follow the due diligence, say, okay, are we gonna dual stack? If we're gonna dual stack, you see what I'm talking about? Blah, 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 blah. Yes, exactly right.
That's the large part, but even on the infrastructure side, we see that a lot of infrastructure that's currently it is not IPv6 ready.
Okay, that's your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
No.
The other thing is, we don't really call it a transition. It's better don't call it a transition, say it's an extension of it.
It,
That goes down better with the system administration. If you say, I'm going to transit your network, they're going to say what Ralph said earlier, why? It's working.
it's,
If I say I'm expanding your network, I'm adding new features on it to make it more exciting, then he's okay. Then he says, okay, what are these?
what's exciting? Oh my gosh. So the two perspectives here, each one of them takes into account the organizational change management. I've been one of those guys saying it's an IPv6 transition. Boom, done. You're moving from V4 to V6. Boom. You didn't ask a question. It was just a comment. Sorry. She asked a second question. I'm not giving her another thing. All right, come on. Oh, Hiroshi. He's comment or question? Yes. Which is perfect. By the way, he just gave you an excellent use case that for those of us who try to talk into the private enterprise, okay, notice there's private and public. I've been public stuff for a long time, but when you're talking about private enterprises, mergers and acquisitions with an IPv6 address block, it makes it so much easier. And I mean so much easier. And the metrics of connectivity with IPv6, global unicast from a merger acquisition, it's huge. You can literally put it in the merger and acquisition plan and say, here's how we're going to measure. It's tangible. It's real. So what Hiroshi just said. Right? Yeah. It's incredible. All right, I've got two more. You're welcome very much. Thank you very much for asking the question, unlike other people in here. Oh, all right. Question or comment?
Is it a transition or is it a migration?
Thanks for thinking about me. Thanks for thinking about me. That's called Eeyore. Thank you very much. Buddy of Winnie the Pooh. Is it a transition or migration? I don't know. Folks, which is it? It's either. It doesn't matter. Both. You can say both. It's either. It doesn't. Seriously. It's. And by the way, you just wanted to have a Beanie Baby. So the bottom line is that, are we getting to IPv6? Yes. Does it take work? Yes. Does it take hard due diligence? Yes. Does anybody in here does not understand the level of effort it's required just to set up the policies, procedures, and standards? It's huge. Huge. All right, I got one more. I'm not taking it back. My favorite. You know who this is, right? It's Stitch. No, it's Stitch. This is Stitch. Lilo and Stitch. Yeah, it's Stitch. At least that's what it says on his tag here on the ear.
Here, Ralph, I'll make it easy for you.
Yes.
Yeah, just to cut time as well. You know, we talk about cybersecurity a lot when you connect IPv6. We say IPv6 is secure. But then when you talk about cybersecurity, I don't hear the other way around, saying, yeah, use IPv6 for cybersecurity. Why is that?
The reason being is that you have to make IPv6 secure. It does not automatically, when you install it, it's not secure. Everybody used to say, hey, listen, IPsec is embedded in the IPv6 address. So cybersecurity is embedded in IPv6. And I went, excuse me? And I went, do you know how you got to deploy IPsec inside of a network once you've installed IPv6? It's almost mind-numbing. If you don't understand your X.509, your certificate authorities, and how those certificates are going to be assigned for their function, right? And then talk about IPsec, and then deciding, do you want to do authentication header and encapsulating payload? Right? All of those decisions are valid, but it doesn't come out of the box like that. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about things like RA Guard and DHCP Shield, DHCP v6 Shield. You have to ask for these configuration items when you procure things. They don't automatically come out of the box. So you're going to do perimeter stuff, infrastructure stuff. You have to install RA Guard. You have to install DHCP v6 Shield. You have to make sure your ACLs in your edge. I'm sorry. I'm going into tomorrow's workshop. Sorry. So I'm glad you asked the question because it's absolutely pertinent. Most people go, oh, we're going to install IPv6 because we're going to have a great domain here that's going to be automatically secure. No. If you're paying me to tell you that, I wouldn't take the money. Oh, did I say that? Am I being streamed? Criminy. Criminy. Okay, great. Anything else? Yes.
Just a comment.
Yes.
Since we're talking about transition, migration, and all that kind of words, and it is in the initial stages, you know, countries are setting up standards and all these requirements, test profile. It's also quite important to look at the harmonization.
Absolutely.
At this time. Because every country is trying to write their own standard, ETSI is doing their own, NIST has their own profiles. So it's really important that they harmonize this because it can be a huge problem, you know, going ahead. Every country has their own requirements and products are common for most of these countries and that becomes a big issue.
I agree. One of the reasons why I'm here. If I can help out in the Australian aspect or APAC, collaboration across countries should happen in a harmonious way. And if there's opportunity to make it better, count me in. And on that note, I think I better get off the stage because I'm out of airspeed and elevation. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Ralph, for a very engaging and interactive session. Our next speaker is Professor Latif Ladid. He will be providing a short video note.
I'm Latif Hadid, founder and president of the IPv6 Forum. Krishna has invited me to share with you some of my thoughts for your great event, and I know he has invited some of the pioneers of IPv6, not only from Australia, but also from Asia and outside. Australia has played really a key role combined between the leadership of Mike Biber, as well as the APNIC group in getting Asia today as the #1 continent, if not the biggest region to have IPv6 deployed with over 1.5 billion IPv6 users. Obviously with China as #1 with 760 million, followed by India with 400 million. Although the Google stats show India as #1, but looking at the stats in India, in China, we found that most of the biggest ISPs have deployed IPv6. Now, I know that Ralph and Suresh and Krishna are there. I'm sure they will be enriching the conference. And recently, as a matter of fact, last week, I had the pleasure to meet a very good group in Kuala Lumpur in the inauguration of the new APAC IPv6 Council. So with the charter to move from the previous marathon we are doing to get dual stack to a sprint, to get IPv6 only, moving since the US government has decided to do so. So I think we need to be on parity between the US and Asia in order to have the same basis at work in the future, to get IPv6 only, to cater for the many applications, and especially now we are in the time of the digital transformation. People call it this way, but it's just basically adopting the internet in every sector, from government to industry and so on and so forth. So your work is really fundamental in getting the roadmap for Asia to become the biggest IPv6 deployment nations in the world. And the innovation coming out of Asia is already making, great breakthroughs in deployment of new technologies such as 5G. 5G deployment in China is way beyond anywhere else in the world, with over 200 million 5G users using IPv6. While it's almost 90% of the 5G deployment. But we have also new technologies such as blockchain and all kind of new technologies that need the end-to-end model of the internet. So IPv6 would be a key technology to enable these kind of end-to-end applications. So I wish you, with the fantastic group that you have with you in this conference, to have an excellent discussion and debate. And I look forward to reading the minutes of this conference. So I will be, on that day of your conference in Michigan, where we're talking about basically IoT, blockchain, and so on and so forth. But since it's going to be in Michigan, so I will be basically listening to you from yesterday while you are on the next day. That's why the online discussion is not possible. And I know that Ralph also is going to speak in our event. So he volunteered to rather send the video to us. So we will be on the US and in Australia doing basically the same events. So let me wish you an excellent conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Lateed, for your message. I would now like to introduce Joe Klein. Joe is a seasoned computer scientist with a specialized focus on the cybersecurity aspects of Internet protocols, including but not limited to applications, operating systems, and network traversal. He has been a featured speaker at esteemed events such as Black Hat, DEF CON, IEEE, ITU, and ISA. Joe has also delivered courses on IPv6 integration with respect to cybersecurity, network protocols, and applications. Formerly associated with MITRE Corporation, Joe was integral in supporting secure IPv6 implementations for both governmental bodies and industry partners. He will be exploring the need to bridge the gap in IPv6 security through staff education and technological advancements. Please join me in welcoming Joe Klein.
And hello there. See, give me a second. Attempting to find slides. There you go. Can you see that? Yes, no? Can you see the share? Slideshow. There we go. Can you see the share? Yes, no?
Yes.
Okay, so you can see the bridge the gap. Okay, good deal. Okay, I've been playing with IPv6 since the late 90s. Actually, I got into the network world because my professor said, you know, you're going to have to knock my socks off to get an A in a class. And I said, what's the constraints? And they said, hey, just write me something and then write me a paper of what you found. Running. Okay, let me send you the newer copy, if that's okay. Is that okay if I send you the newer copy, or yes, no?
Should be okay.
Okay. Can you see this version right now up on your screen, or are you using your version? Yes.
So we've got your previous version, but we're just
okay. Give me a
having some
second.
trouble
Let
getting
me
both
send you
and
the fun new version.
where to?
I just need to know where you want
served as the chair of the Australian Academic Research Network IPv6 Working Group. Michael has played a significant role in the Australian telecom industry as the first public officer of the Australian Communications Industry Forum, now Communications Alliance, which acts as a self-regulatory body for the industry. Michael has supported various initiatives including IPv6 Day in Hong Kong, the launch of the IPv6 Forum Vietnam, and assignments in countries such as India, China, Malaysia, and the Philippines. With extensive expertise in IPv6, Michael took on the role of acting chair of the Asia-Pacific IPv6 Task Force. He has also been instrumental in organising the Australian IPv6 Summit for over a decade. Before he presents his topic on the evolution of IPv6 adoption in Australia and privacy considerations, I invite Professor Suresh Ramadas, Mr. Ralph Wallace, and Professor Hiroshi Asaki to the stage to present Michael with the IPv6 Lifetime Achievement Award for his phenomenal work in promoting IPv6 adoption in Australia. The award is being presented by the IPv6 Forum. Please join me in welcoming them to the stage.
What are you guys doing? Oh.
Here in the center.
Ah.
The only comment is that we need to get you a better picture.
It's all right.
Mike, it looks like you're giving it to Ralph.
No, well, we're just showing it right now. No, wait a minute. What about you? I'm too young. You're too young to. Oh. It's my honor to go ahead and give you this because you deserve it.
Thank you. Congratulations. Actually, that's very nice. Thank you very much. Just take that there. If I wander around, can you hear me okay, or do I need to use the microphone?
Anything you like?
Can you hear me in the back? Yeah. Let's see how we go. Thank you. It's working. Okay, very good. Yeah, thank you. I've been involved, actually we'll go through these presentation slides fairly quickly. So it's mainly a potted history of what's happening with IPv6 Forum in Australia, and we're going through a transition. So that was very nice. It's a Lifetime Achievement Award from the IPv6 Forum. And we'll see how we go. A few acknowledgements. I've been involved since 2005 with a company called IPv6 Now, which was the first company that was wholly dedicated to deploying IPv6 and doing transition plans, migration services, education training. We were the first gold certified IPv6 training with Carlisle and myself in Asia Pacific as part of the IPv6 Forum. So I'd also like to just thank Tony Hill from was past president of the Internet Society and of the IPv6 Forum in Australia started life as a special interest group of the Internet Society and ran that way for about 6 or 7 years. So Tony Hill was an important supporter of that. Thank Latif. You saw his presentation earlier, but the IPv6 Forum globally has been a great support. I wanted to acknowledge the use of ChatGPT in this presentation. It's an interesting exercise using ChatGPT, both for what it tells you, but also for what it leaves out. And when considering that it's a language model that actually has the whole of the internet up to 2022 available to it, it's surprising what it actually leaves out. But if you apply a reasonably intelligent filter to it, it's a great tool. Or it's a great series of tools. So we'll see how we go. And Wikipedia, of course. So just a few acknowledgements. The IPv6 journey really began with the deployment of IPv4, really September 81 when the first RFC 791 and the early RFCs were actually developed for IPv4. and we were on a journey of development, and it was pretty quickly recognised that there were limitations in the IPv4 world. It's just that the timelines accelerated, dramatically with the increase of the web and Mosaic and the rolling out of IP-based functions. So we had, in 1982, on the 1st of February, a Flag Day, and the rolling out, the turning on of IPv4 at that time. There was a lot of discussion whether there needed to be a Flag Day for IPv6 when it was actually being deployed, and there were a lot of active discussions that were going on about actually turning IPv4 off and turning IPv6 on. And I think at the time, because these discussions were 15 years ago, the degree of maturity and deployment of the services just really went up for it. So it was a good thing that they didn't try to do it in the end, but nevertheless it was something that was very actively considered. So we went along this journey, and the RFCs, June 92, for example, which is a long time ago now, the descriptions of the exhaustion of addresses began to raise its head, and there were RFCs that were written about it, the requests for comments. And then a lot of very clever tech for classless interdomain routing and the slash systems for CIDR to actually use it. Then the deployment of NATs and the deployment of tunneling techniques to reuse vast amounts of IPv4 address space. And that lasted us and worked very well for a long period of time, 15, 20 years up over this deployment. So we're talking about a 40-year time frame here. This only goes out to 2010, but this is 40 years ago that this process actually started. And the IPv6 protocols began to be discussed. IP Next Generation, as it was originally called, before it was called IP Protocol version 6. So it was IP-NG, IP Next Generation was the original work that was actually done in the 1990s on the development of something that would actually replace NAT and replace CITR and would allow the internet to continue to expand. We actually went through this whole process, and we put off the inevitable for a long time until essentially January 2010, when IANA, the Internet Assigned Names and Numbers and Address Pool management organisations, actually allocated the last /8 from their pool, and the last of the IPv4 address ranges was actually released from the global pool to the worldwide registries, such as APNIC or ARIN or AFRINIC or Latin American NIC and the network integration companies. So IPv4 essentially ran out, the pool, global pool of IPv4 essentially ran out and was last allocated, now, period, getting back to the best part of about 12 years ago. So a lot of work is actually going on. As you know, there's now a lot of resale of IPv4 addresses actually taking place. We've had the discussion already today about the cost that's actually going. I've seen $70 an IP address actually being offered in the marketplace. $40 is a typical price, and people are actually buying these addresses at those sorts of prices. Some people are hoarding, some people are actually sitting on these addresses over the period of time. So we actually had the beginning of the deployment of IPv6 in the real world with the first implementations in the Linux kernel in the end of 1996 was actually offered with an IPv6 stack, and also the creation of the 6bone, the first test network and testbed network that was actually deployed. And there were nodes of the 6bone network that were actually created around the world. Yeah, and we had nodes here in Australia. It was actually run out of Tasmania at the time, and we actually had local connectivity, and we were hanging off some bits that we actually got from a NASA link that actually came from the University of Hawaii. And so there was the first creation. So it was essentially the first public IPv6 network that was actually deployed, and we actually deployed it here in Australia. And a number of critical test environments were actually created by the deployment of the 6-bone network. And that was important work that actually went on. On the IPv6 now time frame, there's actually a history. I'm not going to go through this in detail. And if you're interested in the background to all of this, you can go back and have a look at it. There's a couple of key milestones here. One was the creation of the IPv6 forum in Australia. That was 2001, so that's 22 odd years ago at this point. It's also, we started deploying annual summits. So we actually started with the help of the Internet Society, basically, and other corporate sponsors. We actually deployed Internet related activities. The summits were rolled out every year. We ran them through till about 2012. A number of things that actually were highlighted. Probably one of the really important things in 2007 was actually the first live streaming. We had these were held in different cities around Australia. And the 2007 event was in Canberra. And we actually streamed in the afternoon at 3 o'clock the Melbourne Cup. First time it had actually, ANU and CSIRO set up a streaming link over IPv6, and it was the first time that we'd actually deployed a streaming IPv6 connection for video connections to actually bring it in from the studios in Melbourne. And they, through a whole lot of quite smart engineering at the time, but they actually brought the conference, the running of the Melbourne Cup, live over IPv6 streaming. That was the first time that had actually been done. So just a proof of concept, I think, in a large degree. The first test bed, a government test bed that was actually created in Australia was done for the Victorian government, and it was actually offered as a public test bed. vic6.net was the domain name, and it was a public test bed that was actually used for conformance testing and for the initial rollout of specifications from the IPv6 forum for people to be able to bring equipment to this network and to be able to test it as a conformance test environment. So it wasn't a test lab. They didn't actually have their own people there. It was infrastructure, essentially a cloud-based service that was offered to the general public, and people would bring their own equipment in, connect to it, or connect to it remotely over that network. So we actually did a whole range of stuff. We participated in the Australian activities for the World IPv6 Day, which was in 2011, and then there was the World IPv6 launch event, which actually took place a year later, and these were IPv6 forum related activities. Somebody talked, there was a question earlier about statistics, and there's statistics and, damn statistics and lies, as the quote goes. And, it depends on how you actually monitor a lot of this stuff. Some of it is related to, you've got to be careful about what the numbers are actually telling you and what it is they're actually testing for. So some of it is capable devices, the devices that actually have V6 stacks that are actually reachable on the end devices that are actually connected to the internet. Some of it are hosts that are actually connected and the traffic that's actually going to those hosts. And so you're looking at a combination of deployment statistics and the service. I guess the thing I wanted to, this is not a logarithmic scale, so it's arithmetic, but the thing I wanted to point out is there has been tremendous growth in the adoption of IPv6 worldwide, and this is unabated. It's actually continuing. So this is both, the red line is the number of prefixes that are actually being advertised on the internet by companies and organisations. The AS numbers, the autonomous system numbers, are the routing domains that are actually offered in the network for the BGP routing that's actually providing the service to actually deploy. And these are tracked, so there are statistics and there are sources. So I've attributed the source for each of these, and there's a few that we can talk about. I was asked to look at the privacy, and it occurs to me that the privacy issue is really one of the examples of the double-edged sword that this technology actually brings to play in all of the considerations that we actually have. Ralph and others have actually talked about the ability of IPv6 to inherently be more secure if the functions are turned on. So just because it actually has an ability to be more secure, and there's a number of different ways Ralph and others have talked about, and we will look at that. And these are some of the benefits. Now, there's always a hype cycle. There's always the initial marketing of these different sorts of technologies and ideas. And some of the statements are, come from marketeers rather than technology people, and they're overblown, and there's a lot of hyperbole at the beginning of the deployment of a lot of these technologies. And then there's the trough of disillusion, as Gartner used to call it, and then the, maturing of the different sorts of services that are actually there. So we have a number of different benefits of IPv6, such as the temporary addressing that can actually be achieved, the obfuscation of real addresses that are actually there, cryptographically assigned addresses, so a range of different sorts of technologies. The benefit is just the larger address space and the ability to actually assign multiple addresses to the one interface, and so the one interface can actually participate in a very wide range of different networks and have network capabilities that are actually there. So sometimes, security by obfuscation is actually not a great policy, but it's actually very attractive to a lot of people. The intention is that if you're a needle in a haystack, then you may have to expend a lot of resources finding that needle, but there's a lot of resources now to deploy, and the hackers and the others actually have access to some pretty sophisticated tools to actually suss this out. It's not a great strategy. Address randomization is another technique that operating systems will actually deploy to change the addresses that they're actually using, and to only essentially frequency hop, or to actually change the nature of the addresses that are actually being presented to the public network on a random basis. The ability also, a benefit in privacy concerns is actually to multi-home, is to actually have several network interfaces that are actually talking to multiple source addresses that, and destination points that, increase the resilience of the network, increase the ability for complete business failover capabilities, and improve the support that can actually be provided in the network. But none of this works unless it's turned on. There are a number of challenges that are going to occur, and I'm not going to read through the text at this stage. You can go back and have a look at the slides if you want to, and there's lots of material about this. But address persistence is actually something that can be a serious issue with privacy concerns. You may close down a network and think that you are no longer presenting that network to the public interfaces, but in fact you are, and the network will continue to also re-establish when the service is actually restored, when you actually power back up again. So you do a system update or whatever. Quite often, Ralph actually talked about Slack and about the issues about auto configuration, which can actually have a serious effect on people's, even though the addresses that are assigned are non-routable addresses and should never get off the local network, they have had instances where operating systems have allowed these addresses to actually leak, and so even though the system says they're not supposed to do it, it does happen. So public address is a challenge for the networks, as is geoprofiling and geolocation issues as well. So privacy, the system suppressing privacy in these networks is actually something that can be deployed. And there are various implementations of applications that actually use the very large address space to actually geolocate the devices that are actually out there. And all of this could be happening without the knowledge of either the security specialists or the end users in an organization. So their ability to manage this becomes sus and becomes a difficult process. Some of it is just through the fact that they don't have the tools to actually see the traffic that's actually happening on their network. And so there's a lot of privacy issues that can come for that, and I know that Ralph will talk about that. So the sorts of things that you can do to actually fix this are all the general good hygiene, cyber hygiene practices that actually take place. Nothing special about IPv6 in this space from that point of view. These are just good practices for any computing activity. So ensuring that your networks are properly configured is an important part of that. The use of VPNs and other sorts of services to actually run. There are privacy extensions in the V6 protocol that actually enable the network to be restricted, and there are things like IPsec and other sorts of tools that are embedded in the network itself that will come to pass, will actually be used, provided that you turn them on and you know how to configure them. So just the fact that they're there is not enough, and we've talked about that. And keeping your systems updated and regular bug fixes and the changes that actually occur, so all the normal things that happen. Now, APNIC, Jeff Houston, the people at APNIC have actually, based on the work originally by George Michelson, have actually done a great job at actually looking at some of these statistics. I've seen this slide earlier today. I think Doug actually used it as well. So there's some go-to places where you go to for the services are doing it. They've actually looked at they actually track in real time testing for, and the rationales. You can go to the APNIC website for the details of the rationale of how they actually achieve these numbers. But they actually look at the adoption rate, which is actually reachability in each of the countries around the world that are actually connected to the internet, which these days is pretty much everybody. And they produce statistics. So this is actually an interactive map. You mouse over this and it'll actually bring up the statistics for different sorts of categories for different sorts of countries. I actually decided to, I actually had a hyperlink on the presentation. I thought that might actually, end in tears. So I decided not to actually do that. So I've just brought up just an example of some, this is from yesterday, I think these numbers are. And you can see there's some interesting adoption statistics. Australia at the moment, just in terms of the reachability of IPv6-based networks in Australia, is actually running at 40.6%. That's the current number that's actually there. New Zealand is actually 28%. Japan, as a matter of interest, which was actually one of the highest achieving environments or countries for IPv6 adoption, but that actually has plateaued out a bit now and is actually running at 52%, which is around the worldwide average of 48%. India is the standout at this stage, largely due to the work of people like CN Labs and Krishna Kumar, Lahodi. But there's a huge amount of work, and that's one of the first regions of the world where there was an IPv6 government mandate. And they did, extremely good work in developing that. But every country that you can is seen there is available. The rate in the US at the moment, 56.57% for the continental US. So above 50%, more than half of the sites in the US are IPv6 reachable. And again, you can go into the details and the statistics that are actually looking at that. You can drill down through the measurements that APNIC actually provide and have a look at the capability for each country, have a look at the delegations that are actually made. So that's one thing, just because you've made a delegation doesn't mean it's actually appearing on the public internet. So the delegation numbers can be confusing. The actual delegation rates are much higher. There's a lot of people sitting out there with address ranges, for example, that are not being used. So you can actually look at delegation, but the capability rate is kind of interesting. And then one of the measures that they actually look at is whether V6 is actually preferred. And so a lot of the Google transactions, this is driven a lot by Akamai, Google, and some of the major suppliers of cloud services, AWS, Azure, or whatever. But they actually prefer V6 connections. They get better. This has been talked about earlier, but they actually get better performance out of their networks. They actually find the tools for managing the V6 networks are actually more sophisticated now than some of the V4 networks. A lot of the V4 network stacks are being deprecated now. They're not being updated. So there's real security concerns about people who have now transitioned. Now, this was completely not the case at the beginning part of the IPv6 story, But it is now the case that more development, more updates and more service support is being provided in the V6 space than in the V4 space. It's actually becoming quite a dominant part of this. And so a lot of that is actually fairly important for the way that these networks are actually running. I just wanted to finish just on a couple of things. As of now, I'm actually transitioning from being the president of the IPv6 Forum in Australia, and I'm handing over to Krishna. If Krishna would like to come up, I've got a small thing that I would like to do. Okay. So bear with me for a moment while I undo some packaging. This could be very dangerous. There's a crystal. Which I haven't connected together because he's going to be travelling and he needs to actually make this happen. But there we go. So you have to be very careful about how you handle this. Okay. There's a globe as well, which sits in there. So I would like, so long as we don't drop it, to actually hand this to you and welcome you as the new president of the I think also one of the things is that Krishna's very keen on resurrecting. There was a separate IPv6 forum related activity in New Zealand, and Krishna's actually keen on resurrecting what's actually happening in New Zealand as part of his work in the Asia Pacific Network. So, I mean, Krishna's got actually a very strong background in this area, and I think he'll actually bring a lot of skills and a lot of support. But he is currently the Vice Chair of the Asia Pacific IPv6 Council, and working with Suresh and the others, members who are actually part of that. He was an important part of the dominance of India in the IPv6 world and a lot of the work that is actually going on. It's also part of the Vice Chair of the Networking Group 11, of ITUT Study Group 11 on testing for SDN, network flow visualization and IoT. Very important parts of the service. He's also Vice Officer for Asia for the IPv6 Ready Logo program and is driving next generation initiatives like segmented routing V6, the IoT V6 logo programs for the IPv6 forum. So he's uniquely suited to take over, and I look forward to some fantastic stuff. Thank you. Thank you so much. Fix all this stuff up later. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael, for your pioneering work in this space, and congratulations to Krishna. With this, we now come to the end of the morning sessions, and I hope you've all found it interesting. We will be enjoying some lunch shortly, but after lunch. Please join us now in enjoying some lunch, but in the interest of time, we will be cutting our lunch hour shorter to a half hour, I believe. Yep, 45 minutes. Okay, thank you. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed lunch. To kick off our afternoon sessions, I would like to introduce our next speaker, Narelle Clark. Narelle Clark is the CEO of the Internet Association of Australia, operator of IX Australia and NZIX, both not-for-profit carrier-neutral member-led internet exchanges. Narelle's experience spans regulation, network architecture, research, consumer education, and community development. Narelle was the Deputy CEO at the Australian Communications Consumer Action Network, is a former head of CSIRO's Networking Technologies Lab, of Networks R&D Advanced Network Architecture at Singtel Optus, and a former trustee of the Global Internet Society, which she represented in the IANA Transition Coordination Group. Narelle previously sat on AUDA's policy review panel, which reviewed all the policies that govern.au. Narelle's board experience includes a range of non-profit and for-profit boards. She holds a Bachelor of Applied Physics, a Master's in Telecommunications Engineering, and a postgraduate diploma in management. Narelle is also an honorary fellow at the University of Wollongong. Today, she will be exploring Australian industry perspectives on cybersecurity and IPv6. Please join me in welcoming her to the stage.
So apparently the trick now is to give away swag or items. These are really cool pens, so, you know, for people who ask sensible questions, there'll be a filter applied. There will be prizes. So there was a couple of updates on the old CV thing there. I'm not at the University of Wollongong anymore, but I do actually sit on the advisory board for UNSW's engineering program, so you will be held to account here. I thought I'd call this, just give me another Band-Aid, just to give a couple of, it's probably one of my more cynical moments about IPv6 take-up within Australia, because, again, as Mike was travelling through the history of it here in Australia, I thought, oh yeah, Mike, we sat on that panel together and we did that, yep. World IPv6 Day. Yes, I coordinated it, whatever year that was, a decade ago. Indeed, I owned the Singtel migration strategy for IPv6 until I left there in, I think it was 2007, 2008. And I'm not convinced they've done terribly much more since then, but that could be a cynical outsider. Thankfully, though, the 3GPP folks mandated IPv6. So, hey, if you want to run a mobile network, and guess what? One or two folks out there do want to run mobile networks, you've got to adopt IPv6. So that has meant a bunch of things have happened and improved. So how did all of this go along? This is the old pack. Not the old, oh no, that's wrong. I've just got the order wrong, that's what it is. I wanted to start here and say who we were, because most of you probably have never heard of the Internet Association of Australia. We're an industry association. We do mainly three things, advocacy, education, and stuff for our members. And part of the stuff for our members includes running what I call infrastructure for the public good. We started in 1995 as the West Australian Internet Association, with basically a bunch of nerds over in Western Australia going, hey, this internet thing's really cool. I think it might take off. So let's talk about it. And oh my God, the government wants to regulate it in a really weird and stupid way. Let's tell them not to. Not much has changed since then, really. Then over the next, within 2 years, that bunch of nerds over in Western Australia who were also running internet service providers at the time looked at each other and went, this is costing us a fortune. Because at the time they were spending $2 or $3 per meg to download anything. And so that meant that those poor West Australian internet service providers not only had to pay the freight to get traffic across the Pacific to Australia, since a lot of it was coming from the US at the time, they also had to trunk it all the way across Australia to Perth, which was super expensive as well. So by getting together and forming what we call an internet exchange point, they could share costs. And they did a bunch of other things to share their costs as well. So we built out internet exchange points right throughout Australia. And then in 2016, we then became the Internet Association of Australia. Our members are corporate members, well, affiliate members who are also generally organisations, and individuals. So we have professional members and corporate members. By way of background, internet exchange points. If you think of the internet is a network of networks, right? So the more networks your network connects to, the better it is. The faster your stuff reaches the people you want it to reach, the more people can reach your stuff, the more quickly your users can reach the stuff they need to, vice versa, all round, all happy days. Now you can either put those networks in, you can either put those links in yourself, dig up the ground, run the fibres, get the licenses to run the wireless points, you know what I mean, the RF links and so forth. But all of that costs money, right? Or you could put in one big fat pipe to somebody that's got lots of connections, and then you'll pay through the nose for that thing, which we call transit, right? Or another way of doing that is just to put one link in to an internet exchange point. So you put one physical link into an internet exchange point, and then across that, so you've got the layer 2 happening, or layer 1 and layer 2 happening, and then over the top of that, you can connect to everybody else who's at the internet exchange point. Happy days. A couple of great advantages with an internet exchange point is that you keep local traffic local rather than trunking it all around Australia or the world or whatever just because you want to look at, you know, a cat video. That cat video can come from a point locally to another point locally rather than having to take it all the way across Australia, across your expensive links or across the Pacific links and so forth. So it makes things much easier, much more efficient, works beautifully. We run 6 in Australia, we run 3 in New Zealand, and each of those 6, basically it's a dirty great big switch in each of these locations. We've got around about 30 or so points of presence across Australia and New Zealand. Wonderful, transformative, makes the internet so much cheaper, better, faster, wonderful. Okay, now what did I want to say about IPv6, since I put the slides in the wrong order? Well, I wanted to do that little background. Well, we dual stack all of our internet exchange points, just so you know. IPv6, IPv4, all done. So yeah, we've talked a little bit today about this pathway through to IPv6, and I wanted to actually interrogate my good mate Matt over here. Can someone put a chair on the table here so we can put Matt under the spotlight? So Matt's going to, oh thank you Matt. Matt's going to be my little proxy for the whole of industry. Now, Matt, going through this history here from originally the classful IP, class A's, B's and C's, to then going classless into domain routing. Did you think that was a helpful transition? Did that work well for you?
I wasn't running an ISP.
Oh, sorry, that was, yeah, I remember it. All right, okay, I'm showing my age here again. Okay, moving through to RFC 1918. So that wonderful thing about, we've got these class 10, we've got network 10 and 192.168 and all the other one. So what do you think about that? Has that made things easier for you or harder as an internet service provider?
RFC 1918 enabled us to reuse, so we started splitting them up. That enabled people to resell, made better use of space. It certainly helped us as an Australian industry because we had some very large blocks that we couldn't use effectively.
Yeah, and people actually think that this is a form of security because who can reach it? Nobody. Yeah, right. Yeah. So this is all because of NAT, network address translation. And now you use NAT at scale. And then we evolved from NAT through to CGNAT, this carrier grade NAT, which to me is a contradiction in terms, which enabled us to use share IPv4 addresses at scale. It's not just the sharing of the addresses, but you also need to allocate the ports, the TCP and UDP, TCP ports per user as well. So that's another more precise thing that's happening. So, Matt, do you use CGNAT?
Yes, I do.
And what do you think about it?
It's a necessary evil.
A necessary evil?
Yeah. I can't, as a small provider who started 7 years ago, I can't afford to buy large blocks of IPv4 space. And as Norella's going to show a few slides down the track, the uptake of IPv6 in Australia is pretty poor. So my customers require IPv4 connectivity. So I either use a V6 to V4 gateway or I use CGNAT. And CGNAT seems to be the pathway we've gone down. And without it, I wouldn't have a business.
So So you wouldn't have a business. So how reliable do you think CGNAT really is?
For most consumers, they don't notice the difference.
You don't think that, but several people here think that consumers don't notice it.
We went through a process 3 years ago when we first deployed CGNAT because we weren't doing it, and we were sending out communications to customers going, we're about to transition you to CGNAT, these are the benefits. We were honest, we also told them what some of the negatives were, and gave them the ability to opt out. Very few opt out, and they all just transitioned over, and we did not have an uptake for support cases at all. They did not notice.
Okay. So now I'm not going to ask you this directly, but let's just talk about in general, perhaps maybe others might have experienced this. Legal intercept and CGNAT. It's a pretty tricky thing, isn't it? Particularly if given law enforcement don't generally know about the port, that they know an IP address at a certain time of day, and how many customers might you have on a typical IPv4 address at any given time? 250. Oh, is that all? Yeah. Oh, that's quite good, really. Yeah, it sounds like a good ISP. Because I've heard of people having thousands and thousands.
Yeah, because there's two ways of doing it. In Australia, we have the data retention requirements, so we need to be able to track customers and reverse engineer a connection to determine who it was.
Microphone. Yeah, it is. Talk to it.
It is working?
Yep, yep. Just talk to it.
Sorry, I didn't think it was working, that's why I didn't bother. So we have the data retention requirements here, so I need to be able to reverse engineer traffic and figure out who it actually originated from. So there's two ways of doing it. You dynamically allocate ports, which is great. You can run thousands of customers, but you also basically provide lots of money to the storage places because you're logging every single connection. The other approach is you basically allocate blocks of ports to customers, and as long as you've got, in my case, a spreadsheet, the law enforcement body comes to me saying, this time, this IP address, this port, I can go back to my spreadsheet, reverse engineer it to the internal CGNAT IP address, look up the customer, and go, hey, this is who it is. The problem is that half the time law enforcement does not give me the port, and I can't help them.
I mean, the trick is really, how do law enforcement know what the port is?
Well, they manage to log the IP address, they're just got to log the port too.
Well, that's not necessarily there, especially if it's quick.
Yes.
The discussion we had earlier about quick, which now obfuscates the not only the application, but the
quick,
the
still the source port is available, but the destination's hidden.
Right, next one. So yeah, the point that I'm trying to make here is that IPv6 requires end-to-end operation in order for things to work. So stepping into that first little piece, so the customer equipment, so the equipment that your customers use to connect to the network, it's usually, we call still a modem, even though there's not much modulation or demodulation going on these days.
Still too much fibre to the node.
So what do you find with modems, and how well do they use IPv6?
It's mixed. So a lot of the very new CPEs or modems bought in the last 2 years, most of them actually do a pretty good job. You go back further than that, you start to get very mixed responses to how they do it. Some of them insist on trying to use Slack, which you don't use. We use DHCPv6 in Australia. So they don't handle it. Some of them have trouble with the fact that you've got to actually allocate an IP block to the customer's network because you don't have NAT. And then the fact that there's a standardization differentiation between whether you use a /56 or /48 to the customer. Some cope really, really well, some do not, some require it to be a certain thing and they haven't upgraded their firmware to be dynamic, and it just makes the routers a real pain in the ass.
So hang on, you mentioned upgrading firmware there. So so do your customers bring their own modems, or do you ship them their modems?
Over 90% of our customers bring their own.
Bring their own. So do you have to teach customers then how to upgrade their firmware in order to use IPv6 to connect to your network and make it go?
No, the reality is that they probably just use v4 and don't even notice.
Yeah. So this is the types of issues that we need to deal with on a daily basis when working with ISPs. And large providers might be able to buy in bulk modems that are pre-tested and set to a particular standard, but that costs money and adds cost to the modems that they then need to deploy to their consumers. And remember too, if any consumer has a fault on a network, that the more faults that they have, the more costs that you get as an internet service provider, because you've got to answer the phone when they ring up and say, my internet doesn't work, and I can't go to work, and I'm going to sue you now because I can't work from home.
No, they just go to the TIO.
They just go to the TIO. Well, that's $250 already. Okay, so all these faults exacerbate the costs of deployment and running the networks. So let's talk a little bit about the network equipment. So what's been your experience with the actual core equipment?
Actually really good. Now that we're running enterprise gear, Juniper, Cisco, Arista, IPv6 just works at a carrier level, no problems.
Yes!
That part is easy. We were previously using a lot of MikroTik gear. The implementation did not work well with IPv6.
Well, a MikroTik's actually big enough to hold an address that big. Sorry,
Surprised
it's
what I can make a
joke.
MikroTik do.
MikroTiks are pretty, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I spent too much time in the big carrier world. So then let's go on to the applications. Because now that as I said before, that our internet exchange points are all IPv6 enabled, as far as I know, I don't think we've ever had any problems with V6 transport. It's all layer 2, just the packets go into frames, bang, straight across, no problem. But yeah, no one really wants that corner case on their network where you've got IPv6 encapsulated in this with that, and the moon's in the 7th quadrant and something's facing east, and there's a weird fault that you then have to unpack and figure out what's going on. So their application services, I know you've had some problems recently with some of the services that your customers want to use. Shopping. Let's talk about one of the most important aspects of the internet.
So the good thing about AppNIC and IPv6 is you can apply for IP space. So we put together a plan of how we're going to deploy IPv6 space out. AppNIC said, fantastic, here's a block of IP addresses. And then I've spent the next 6 months fighting with Coles Online to get them to ungeo-block the address space so that my customers could shop on their website.
So geolocation was mentioned earlier. Geolocation is where the IP addresses are mapped to specific regions in the world, and there are a certain small number of databases that are not necessarily well maintained that locate IP addresses and the world. In the olden days where a physical address mapped onto a physical location, just like it did on the telephone network, are long gone. So now it's these databases that aren't really well maintained.
The other catch with that is that enterprise buys these databases. They don't subscribe to an update feed. So they're using an old database.
Which means Matt's customers can't get their supermarket trolleys filled from home. Although I believe they've fixed it now.
Oh, they fixed it. Just as I started complaining about 3 weeks ago for this session, I went and checked because I thought I better make sure it's still blocked, and they've actually unblocked it finally.
Presto! Now they can go shopping at Coles. Isn't that wonderful? How's Woolworths? Did they work?
Theirs was fine the whole time.
Theirs was fine the whole time. Okay, that's good. But it was down to that specific problem with the IPv6 addresses were locked to some sort of weird location equals to not Australia, meaning that these customers could not access the supermarket trolley from within Australia. So we've got layers of components that need to work, and they all need to work together, while the rest of us might sit back and say, okay, the IPv4 transport stuff happens well down the stack. Well, kind of no, it happens within, at times like the Linux kernel, or maybe it happens somewhere else. It's not necessarily a module that you can delete and start again with. So you need to have exactly the right stack in all of the right server components in order for IPv6 to work. And this can mean that for anybody to deploy applications and application-based services, which is everybody everywhere, integration and interoperation testing needs to be rigorous and needs to be conducted at length. So content providers, I think, are the real key to all of this, because nobody really runs any application servers themselves at home anymore or in their university campus computer rooms, which don't exist anymore. They're all running out of the Akamais and the Amazons and the Fastleys and Cloudflares of this world. And I understand that each of these are all well IPv6 enabled, and yet though checking Mark Pryor's IPv6 survey today, he was still reporting errors with things like Amazon Web Services. When I've spoken to the Amazon Web Services folks, they tell me, yeah, works fine, Narelle, no problem, no problem. Is that your experience, Matt?
Does and doesn't work, and I actually had this discussion with Akamai because the other thing I do when I deploy a new IPv6 block is test connectivity to all the providers to make sure it's going to work before customers do. It was surprising how many streaming services for free-to-air companies in Australia are off Akamai but have not enabled IPv6. And I went to my contact at Akamai and said, there's something broken on your network, and he goes, no, the salesperson never ticked the box on the form to enable IPv6 in the first place.
Just tick the box, folks. Yeah. Tick the box. Just default. Well,
And no one's asked them to turn it on since, and no one's asked.
so yeah, they might have adopted the service some time ago when their network wasn't ready to do V6 and they wanted to turn it off to make sure the security issues were not there. And then, because some of us are that old, we remember the days when you actually ran multi-protocol networks and you could bridge one protocol across your entire network on one thing, but not, anyways, ancient history. So yeah, you do need to tick the box to make it go with the various providers. Services, we did start talking about services before. I checked eBay, Amazon and Combank and they're all yay.
I think
After that,
last time I
stopped caring.
checked, the Bureau of Meteorology wasn't IPv6.
Yeah, Bureau of Meteorology,
But
they
they're
don't
not
even do
SSL enabled
HTTPS.
either, so. Bureau of Meteorology. They're the Bureau.
The bomb, as we happily call it here, the Bureau of Meteorology. So, I don't know how my time check's going, I'll just keep talking. So I did mention that across IX Australia, that's the Internet Association of Australia's internet exchange platforms, we did a quick scan of how many sessions our route servers held with V4 or V6. And this is the numbers that I got across each of them. So 44% across Queensland were doing V6 sessions, 41% in New South Wales, 50% in ACT, but you know what? ACT is our smallest exchange. Just quietly, we have 2 peers there, which means one's doing it and one is not. Victoria, so thank you, Matt, you'd be one of that 40%. Sakes, 39%. So those numbers are roughly the same as what APNIC are measuring. But what we're doing here is simply measuring the number of sessions between our route servers and our members. Now, you can have bilateral or multilateral sessions. So we could have a few in there quietly in the background, peering with each other, V6, V4. That's not counted in this tally. But that's, I think, pretty much reflective of what we've got across the exchanges. I did want to mention this. One of the key motivations for take-up is the price that IP version 4 address space is now. I think someone mentioned they were seeing $70. If somebody wants to look up IP V4 brokers...
$36 what I paid last 6 months for it.
Yeah. $36 US, yeah, per address. Yeah. So if you want to get a decent sized block, you are looking at, tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars now. I could tell you somebody who paid a little bit less than that recently, but we're currently going through a renumbering process on one of our exchanges. But if you see this graph, it shows the trends, and you see that what's happening right now is this huge range of prices for V4 and V6. So people are sort of going, maybe I'll sell, maybe I won't. So it's right at the moment, we're in this really weird space of IPv4 pricing. So that amount of money is going to be a dent on anyone's operations. The other big thing I wanted to mention about take-up is that people don't really know enough, and it was mentioned earlier about the importance of training. People don't really know enough about how to deploy V6. Matt, what about some of your staff? I mean, how well do you think they know IPv6 and V4?
They don't know it well. An IPv6 issue comes in, they do some basic troubleshooting, and then it gets escalated to team leaders who I've trained on IPv6.
Yeah.
It's so few cases that works for us at the moment.
So I'm going to look lovingly at my dear friend Hassan at the moment, who I know teaches entry-level network engineering at a certain very large university near us all. You've got to teach V6 as much as you teach V4 at least, so that we get people starting to come out of the universities and the TAFE colleges and the training blocks thinking first V6 rather than thinking first V4. I know that when I try and do a trace route to an IP address somewhere, I will automatically think back to an IPv4 address and type that in. Bump, 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 bump. There it is. It's not there. Okay, I'm not reachable. What I need to do, what people like me actually working for a living in engineering need to think first a V6 address, punch that in and go, oh, yeah, we're here, trace route to that. It's all there or not there. Starting from next semester. You heard that here. They're up for it. And I think that's about all I wanted to say. Unless, Matt, you wanted to say anything else about this? Yeah, it's West Australian. Oh, did we have any questions, comments? These pens are really cool.
They also function as a tool when you fit your screwdriver.
There's two screwdrivers included, a spirit level, and a ruler with both
Do they work as a pen?
imperial and proper measurements. Any questions, comments, thoughts, complaints? Sir, at the front here.
You had a slide earlier.
I had a slide earlier, yeah.
The same page of, yeah, that's
Oh, our one? Yep.
Do we have the 2022 spec?
We pulled this last week. I logged this last week. I don't know. Well, I didn't put it on here. We do have, if you want to have a look at metrics.asn.au, you can really just see our traffic throughput graphs there, but we don't publish our V6
We do
stuff.
graph the prefixes coming through peers.
Yeah.
What have you seen in terms of percent last year to this year?
Well,
roughly, we don't expect.
well, it's actually best to ask Matt.
Internet exchanges attract a lot of smaller RSPs or internet service providers, and the uptake of V6 in them is mixed. So 50% have embraced it, 50% have still got their head in their bucket and thinking about it. So a lot of them have got V6 space, but they're not advertising it. The large content providers, they're all pushing V6 into our network heavily.
Yeah. Because the large content providers are running these massive global networks that they've run out of network 10 addresses. So they can't privately number IPv4 anymore. They find that IPv6 is a much more useful way to number internally, or else they do other stupid things like they've gone up into the next reserve block of IPv4 addresses, which is really weird.
Yeah, and it's from a streaming provider. Amazon did a great presentation when they were talking about the fact that they needed to guarantee that the Thursday night football got out there and there was no interruption to it. The less number of devices going through in the middle, for them, the better. So from a IPv6 perspective, they can take the customer's NAT out, they can take the carrier's NAT out. That's two less devices that are doing a function that could cause a problem for them. So they are really keen.
Oh, fellow, could you take the microphone so that folks can hear you?
Thank you for the update. Just to your last slide, I'm interested to understand your view on the trends that uptick from 21. Like, what happened? We appreciate.
Oh, what happened in 2021?
I mean, we appreciate the pandemic, right? But why did that cause the cost of the?
Because everybody needed addresses that worked. They were no longer sitting behind corporate networks. They needed to get you needed to get residential networks to access corporate networks.
So remote users?
I think that's largely the reason for it.
That's actually one of them. The other thing too is the exhaustion of IPv4 addresses. The literal exhaustion. The RIRs didn't have any more IPv4.
Sir gets a pen.
Yeah, so the other reason I reckon it's probably dropped is the fact that IPv6 has picked up. So large telcos are using IPv6 combined with CGNAT, especially in Australia, freeing up significant reserves of IPv4, and then they're selling it, and there's been a bit of a flood on the market.
I happen to know of one US agency that wants to transition off of IPv4 just to sell their IPv4 address block and bring in tens of millions of dollars.
So that would be a Class A in the old speak. I imagine.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, because there were some big US government departments that got big fat Class A networks.
How are we going to manage that? I have a question from people who have
the end of the pins.
Looks into the government. The training issue by itself it's huge. The problem though is, does the government understand that they should do something to put the word out saying, get an IPv6 training plan in place for either industry, academia, or government, and say, here's what you should be doing right now, because you should be doing network training, cybersecurity training, and application development training.
Well, I would agree with that, yes. All those boxes need to be ticked as far as I'm concerned.
Last time
I should be training.
I'm good.
Yeah. Last time I checked in Victorian government schools, secondary schools, they were not really deploying IPv6. It was still all V4.
Yeah, yeah. I think like it is simpler.
Yeah.
So.
What's it going to take to actually get
So his question is, what's it going to take to get rid of IPv4? I would suggest the price of v4 addresses when things stop working. So if YouTube stops working, if you can't get your cat videos, and dare I say if Pornhub stopped working as well, that would probably do another thing. And some of the payment gateways. If banks decided that they wouldn't accept payment for things, then I think that will break the v4 connectivity question.
$40 still a good inflection point? What is a good inflection point at which it becomes prohibitively expensive?
$40 is not enough of a price.
$40.
If
it's
I,
$40
if I as a
US.
small provider can find funds to buy it, it's too low.
Well, I know somebody who paid $40 US just recently, like actual cash.
I think the other approach is that the mobile phone carriers and the fact that you can't provide enough address space for mobile phones is forcing them to go V6 only. Telstra's been V6 only since the last 18 months. That means that the people who want to talk to the mobile phone vendors don't want to go through NAT. They provide IPv6. So there is incentive. The market is already pushing that direction. It's just a case of, unlike the US where the government has actually gone and said we're going to set these milestones, the Australian government needs to set the same milestones.
Yes, I remember, I think it was Malaysia a few years back mandated IPv6 in their
Malaysia
ISP
did,
licensing.
And India did. So
And
that
India.
was my question,
Yeah.
and thank you for answering that, Matt. Setting milestones is one thing, and as you said, in the last 18 months, Telstra has had a phenomenal growth curve in terms of IPv6 adoption. Currently, I think they are about 78% or something.
Yeah.
But we don't see the same with the other large telco, that's Optus. And as you said, I mean, in terms of awareness, and both of them are big, both of them can afford at that price point such IP addresses if required. Why
Well,
did one have the motivation and why did the other not have the motivation?
Telstra had the motivation because of the fact that they had the mobile network that had this severe number of devices. Now, Telstra also made a decision with their routers when they refreshed the model, I think it was 2 models ago, that they were going to insist on IPv6 connectivity working. And as customers changed plans and got the new modem, they enabled IPv6 everywhere. So they decided they were going to make that move. Another carrier, which I won't name, has basically had so much IPv4 space, it hasn't been an issue until they've decided to do something about it. And I was talking to one of their techs who accidentally left IPv6 on when they deployed a BNG in a certain state, and all the devices connect up and it all worked. And he was like, oh, okay. He had to turn it off again because he wasn't supposed to turn it on, but they're ready to do it, they've just got to do it.
Great. So it's one thing on the training and awareness, and the other thing that I really liked in Narel's presentation was on the equipment side. There's network equipment and then there is the CPEs. When we are defining national IPv6 deployment roadmaps for different nations, there's in US, in Malaysia, in India, Wi-Fi CPEs or any other CPEs for that matter, they show up as a first challenge, right? Because they are not IPv6 enabled. Through regulations, we have stats again, so through regulations, through mandatory testing programs, we were able to make sure that there is compliance with respect to IPv6 standards, but the interesting data points that we found out was more than 95% of the Wi-Fi CPEs that we were testing were not compliant, even the basic things.
About 90%.
It was very interesting for us to find that the smartphones were all IPv6 ready.
That's because it was part of 3GPP.
Yeah.
Years ago.
Exactly.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
now with the international standard bodies, ITF, ISOs, ITUT, ETSI, 3GPP, all of them saying all the future technologies are going to be based on IPv6. So is that not good enough motivation as in the one of the early presentation, I'm not sure in Ralph and others.
See, one of the other problems is that standards are not as well adopted as they used to be. You now see
You're saying
because
people
of
have
the,
become
I mean,
rebellious?
I'm a big fan of standards, really a huge fan of standards. And of course, the joke is always, standards are a wonderful thing, there's so many to choose from. But the thing about standards within the content distribution networks and these large providers like Google and Amazon and so forth, they're developing their own compute stacks, their own network equipment. They're not using stuff that they bought from Cisco, Juniper, Arista, whoever. They're now using their own white box gear, developing their own stuff, writing their own code and deploying that at scale. Now, they will do it IPv6 because they need to, but so much else is still happening without without that.
I have to say something to you regarding standards. Standards are great as long as there's a piece of money behind it. Somebody has to get the value of the standard. And you're looking at one of the guys who's argued with Doug Montgomery at NIST for the past 12 years about, hey, it's great to have the standard, thank you very much. But if somebody doesn't adopt it in the US government, do they have their birthday taken away? Do they lose their job?
Well, or you
Are
can't
they
even
demoted?
read the standards. You can't even read the standards unless you pay hundreds of dollars to the standards,
Right.
the ISO through the local standards
or
body.
those, yes.
You can't get the standards out of the university library anymore because the universities can't afford to have them.
And so to the point of training, to the point of training is that giving people the opportunity to deploy stuff. One of the things I learned a long time ago, just do it. And I hate to say that, but literally just do it. Enable it. Get it working. Let people go ahead and connect to their favorite show over streaming. Onto your email. Look at the internet. Do this stuff, but just do it. And as soon as you show that, everybody goes, well, that wasn't hard.
Yeah.
And by the way, I'm serious. I'm serious as a heart attack. That wasn't hard.
I tried.
That wasn't hard. Why didn't I didn't do this before?
Well,
So
actually,
many.
there
Anyway,
was one
so
other
thank
thing
you.
I wanted to mention that it turns out our own portal for our members that our members use to activate their ports and change their this, and now we've got flow through provisioning, which is even more exciting on our network. It wasn't doing IPv6 until yesterday. And the reason why it wasn't doing IPv6 was because VMware charge you an extra so many dollars per CPU to do the IPv6 part of routing. So that was making one of my staff incredibly cranky, and so we weren't doing it. Now we've migrated off VMware, they can't charge us that. Happy days. You get IPv6 end-to-end to turn up your next port in our next exchange, Matt.
I've got lots of ports, so I don't need another one.
I think we're done here. Thank you.
Narelle, just
Oh,
one
no,
more question.
Another question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice question. So, who is championing IPv6 in Australia now? I mean, you have Michael, but other than Michael, you have the Internet Society, you have APNIC, you have ISOC. So all these organizations are here. Aren't they pushing the government for some
APNIC
form
is
of
the Asia
regulation?
Pacific Regional Network Information Centre. So their job is to promote best practice throughout the region with numbering. So they're not an Australian entity. Their business address is in Australia, but they're not an Australian organisation. They're a regional
ISOC
organisation.
Australia is not
The
Australia?
Internet Society of Australia, Internet Australia is not an organisation I can speak on behalf of anymore.
Okay.
It's some 10 years since I've been with them.
Okay,
10
I
years
thought you were
might be.
still the chair.
Yeah, so
Okay.
we are the Internet Association of Australia.
How's that?
So we're an industry association. We certainly are happy to talk about the adoption of IPv6 anywhere, anyhow, anytime with anybody who will listen.
Very
And
good,
I will
very
also
good.
bang the ears of government about adopting it as well. But we would
Okay.
not like to see it as a mandatory licensing
No,
condition.
no, never make it mandatory. Just it's promoting basically.
Not going to be happy with that. No. No.
I would
Right.
say that from the techs who run the networks perspective at a senior level, they are quite happy and they're playing and using IPv6 in Australia. It's the other side of it that needs to allow the deployment to actually occur. The core networks in Australia are already IPv6 ready. They have been for quite a few years. We just
Yeah.
need the other side of it to complete their part and accept it.
Again, if you have to go through a process with a large telco network to retrofit another protocol, then you've got to do end-to-end integration testing and proof of concept all the way through the network, and that's a very, very costly exercise. But I like the idea of just turning it on by stealth. Yeah, we just enabled it. It works fine. What's the problem? I think thank you, Matt, for assisting with that.
Thank you, Narelle and Matt, for sharing that session with us. Our next speaker is Dr. Kayleen Manwaring. Dr. Manwaring is a highly esteemed professional holding the position of Senior Lecturer at UNSW Law and Justice. Her expertise and contributions extend to various research endeavours, including her appointment as a Senior Research Fellow in the UNSW Allens Hub for Technology, Law and Innovation. Previously, Dr. Manwaring taught corporations law and intellectual property to business students at UNSW Business, later transitioning to the School of Private and Commercial Law in 2021. Within the Hub, Dr. Manwaring plays a crucial role as she leads a research stream that focuses on addressing the challenges that arise in a cyber-physical world. Her research explores the legal implications and complexities associated with emerging technologies and their intersection with society. Notably, she is an active member of the UNSW Institute of Cybersecurity and the UNSW AI Institute. She will be exploring the consumer protection implications of socio-technical change in cyber-physical systems and IoT technologies. Please join me in welcoming her to the stage.
Thanks, everybody. And now for something completely different. I won't be talking about IPv6, although I'm very sad because everyone's very energised about IPv6. So I've been working in law and technology since about, in one form or another, since about 1991. No one is allowed to calculate my age from that. But I will reiterate that I'm a lawyer, I'm not a technologist. And so with that in mind, if I say something that is technologically incorrect, I would love to find out what the real answer is, but I will not pretend to be a technologist. I've been researching in the Internet of Things and ubiquitous and pervasive computing since about 2012. My latest incarnation, as Sonuria said, I'm a Senior Research Fellow in the UNSW Allens Hub for Technology, Law and Innovation. Unfortunately, we have no swag. Our sponsorship by Allens, the law firm, doesn't even extend to pens, but I'm sure you guys will manage. If you're really desperate for swag, you can always steal toilet paper out of the bathrooms or something like that, or take an extra bottle of water. Firstly, I'd like to thank Hassan, Krishna, and the rest of the organisers for allowing me to speak today. And you can blame them if that you're sitting on a Friday afternoon and listening to talk about law. And also thanks to our wonderful law and justice student, Sunuri, for acting as the MC today. So now now my technology, lack of technology knowledge is going to be exposed when I can't even work the PowerPoint. So what I'm here to talk to you about today briefly is the current state of play around the regulation of cybersecurity in IoT devices, particularly in the context of consumer protection, because that's what I specialise in. I'm going to start with a really short summary of the major issues, as they're probably familiar to many people in this room. So where I started with this is just that it was foreshadowed quite a long time ago by engineering computer science researchers that looked at mobile technologies and pervasive computing, that smart devices, but particularly those designed for consumers, are likely to be more vulnerable and volatile than other conventional information infrastructure. Why? There's lots of reasons. This is what I've extracted from the literature. You may have more. If you do have more, come and grab me later so I can add to my list. And so I won't go through this with them because I'm sure this room is more than well aware of these particular issues. So why do these happen? Why are there more vulnerabilities, or quite a lot of vulnerabilities in Internet of Things devices that we see? Not all of them, of course, but this is just a tendency. Of course, particularly in consumer IoT, some manufacturers compensate for low profit margins with low-cost design choices, which means they just don't implement any cybersecurity. Some are just inexperienced, and sometimes it's a combination. Of course, most of you would know that size and form factor of these sorts of devices can affect the suitability of devices for strong security measures such as encryption, and for things like hardware and software access, management, monitoring, including security patches. there's a increased number of attack surfaces available when we're looking at connecting these devices to the internet. The common post-market security controls just don't work for these sorts of devices. And of course, many consumers, don't understand or have access to device management practices, security practices to protect themselves, particularly if they've got a full range of devices that they interact with, and all of which may have different types of management practices. As Doug Montgomery mentioned earlier today, most of these all sit on non-managed networks. So what does that mean? As a consequence of this volatility and vulnerability, we've seen over the past few years exposure of security vulnerabilities in a whole range of different devices. Internet connected, bizarrely enough, I always laugh when I think about this, internet connected security cameras seem to be one of the most vulnerable. We've had a number of different times where the thing you buy to make yourself more secure is actually itself insecure. We've got children's toys, sex toys, fish tanks, door locks, medical devices, fitness trackers, baby monitors, cars, and God help us, guns. And of course, now we have growth of hacking as a service. We have the sale of exploit kits, and so more and more people who aren't technologically advanced are capable of becoming attackers. I personally got really worried when I read about a particular exploit that I realised that I could actually do. And I went, I could do that? That's terrifying. And someone hopefully can tell me whether or not the generative AI capabilities in coding will make it even easier for people to... yes, well, thank you. I'll put that in my next one and say, CyberOz told me. These happened in the past few years. I did have a look at what some of the more interesting ones over the past 12 months. These are some of the ones, they're some of the vulnerabilities that have been exposed in the last 12 months. And of course, we're back to the security cameras. God help us all. So why do I care about this as a consumer protection person? Of course, these security issues in smart devices can give rise to significant consumer and community harm. Of course, personal information can be exposed to the world at large, leading to identity theft and fraud. And unfortunately, of course, the Australian community has been particularly exposed, not through IT, I admit, but they now know that this is far more of a problem than they ever realised because of our recent big data breaches with Medibank, etc. This is less well known, but apparently quite common. People can be subject to unwanted surveillance and harassment in the home, not only by malicious strangers, but also by intimate current and ex-partners. Physical harm, of course. We're talking about physical objects, things that can interact with the physical world. So we can have that sort of thing arising from device failure or malfunction. And of course, malicious remote control of inherently dangerous connected objects. And as you know, people don't need to own, possess, or be in proximity to these devices to be harmed because we have things like botnets, which have the potential to do nasty things like coordinate attacks on power grids, etc. And of course, those sorts of measures are ripe for exploitation by both criminal networks, terrorists, and antagonistic states. And we've got the ensuing physical and economic loss that relates to those. I'm a lawyer, I'm all about liability, physical, economic loss, that's where we come out and play. So let's look at the state of play in Australia. We've had, as Narelle has so eloquently discussed, not much happening in relation to regulation around IPv6 in Australia. So what are we looking about in terms of cybersecurity around Internet of Things devices? We don't have any specific regulation. We do have several existing laws that have some application to poor cybersecurity in the Internet of Things, even though they're not mentioned specifically. However, they've all got some kind of problem with them when we're looking at proper consumer protection in relation to the Internet of Things. Some are uncertain, some are over-inclusive or under-inclusive, and in other cases, which is often the case in consumer protection, enforcement is very impractical, especially for consumers. First up, Australia's cybercrime laws were originally designed to apply to conventional computers, and looking at the different drafting of the cybercrime laws in the states and the territories, I'm not convinced that all of the potential ways to attack a smart device would fall under those provisions. And in any event, we've got enforcement's problematic because we've got anonymous attacks and the likely location of our attackers is in another jurisdiction. It's not as if we don't have law enforcement that cooperates with law enforcement in other cases, but seriously, how often are foreign attackers brought to justice in Australia for breach of our cybercrime legislation? So in terms of real consumer protection, we really have to look to the actions of manufacturers and distributors of insecure products. There are security principles in state and federal privacy acts, but these are usually limited to an obligation to keep personal information secure. And that definition is narrow and uncertain. I will say the word uncertain about 50 times in this presentation, but not much I can do about that, except bang on at the government again. And of course, a cyber attack on a smart device may never touch any personal information. And therefore, it's never comes under the remit of the security, the obligation to keep this information secure or the data breach notification regime. None of it. That being said, I will say that if the attack does compromise personal information, then the government has recently amended at the end of last year the Commonwealth Privacy Act to increase penalties significantly, including linking it to percentage of turnover. So they're starting to get a bit serious about security in their own special and somewhat under-inclusive way. Now, in relation to the Internet of Things, the Australian consumer law starts a little bit more promising. Chunk of this legislation's designed to require retailers and manufacturers to ensure the products work the way they're actually supposed to. We've got consumer guarantees by retailers of acceptable quality and a regime for manufacturers' liability for goods with safety defects. However, there are many reasons why it's generally uncertain, again, how those provisions will actually apply to smart devices with cybersecurity. One area is particularly uncertain and problematic is application to products that become insecure because they can't get or aren't provided with security updates. And these uncertainties aren't good for consumers, and I would say that they're not very good for businesses anyway. We also now have scholarship and one small, tiny piece of case law that indicates that poor cybersecurity might be a breach of duties under the Corporations Act, particularly the Director's duty of care and diligence, or the financial services licensee obligation to provide services efficiently, honestly and fairly, and to have adequate risk management systems in place. Breach of those sorts of duties can attract remedies under the Corporations Act, and we do have at least the corporate and prudential regulators and the ASX getting in on the Act, where at least they're providing some substantial guidance to regulated entities, that being corporations and listed entities and those with prudential responsibilities. I won't even go into the Security of Critical Infrastructure Act, but I have a sneaking suspicion that it will have a knock-on effect, at least, to consumer IoT. It would definitely apply to industrial IoT with its all-hazards approach. But we could just put that one to one side at the moment because I don't want to send you completely to sleep. In the second half of 2020, the Australian government released a voluntary code of practice in relation to security. They basically ripped off the current UK code of practice with 13 principles, including 3 priority principles. Some Home Affairs research conducted 6 months in indicated that most manufacturers weren't complying with this, even with quite simple things as setting up a vulnerability disclosure program. I'm not a fan of voluntary codes. I don't think they work, but I mean, it was only after 6 months, so I'm not sure what they actually expected. But additionally, many people in the industry have also complained that the principles were too general anyway, and compliance would be really difficult because of the lack of detail. In terms of other areas, the Australian Cybersecurity Centre has produced a guide for consumers and manufacturers. And of course, the Internet of Things Alliance has produced some guides as well, which I've put up there. So that's it in Australia. Let's quickly look at what they're doing internationally, because I think that's going to have the biggest effect, to be truthful. The latest development in the US that I've found, it was in July 2023 when Joe Biden issued an announcement about the US Cyber Trust Mark, which is a cybersecurity labelling program. And Doug Montgomery talked this morning about the work that NIST is doing in creating the criteria for that program. There is some state-based legislation, particularly in California and Oregon, that has very specific application to smart devices. It has a general obligation to include reasonable security features. One of the things that's been happening at the federal level for quite a number of years is the US Fair Trade Commission has been using its general jurisdiction over unfair trade practices to pursue some people for essentially poor cybersecurity practices as well. So that's the US. In the UK, they had their voluntary code of practice, but even before Australia introduced its voluntary code, the UK had decided that this voluntary code of practice just wasn't working. Manufacturers weren't complying with it. So they've decided to switch to mandatory rules. They've passed the Product Security and Telecommunications Infrastructure Act. The first half of the act is all about the product security side. That isn't enforced yet. It'll come into force supposedly in April 2024. The meat of the obligations will be in the regulations, which are currently being negotiated. Right now, there's a draft instrument out that's on the agenda for the government to negotiate, and is supposed to be coming into force in April 2024 as well. So once those obligations come into force, then we'll be seeing probably some movement there. It'll be interesting to see how much influence the UK has now, because, of course, we have the big player, the EU. They've got a regulation, which is a European Union-wide law, that is currently in negotiation. The US, it's just been put, this month, September, is supposed to be when it's being negotiated between the EU Parliament and the EU Council, the two legislative bodies of their European Union. And there's just a summary up there of the particular regulations that they're contemplating. But there's already been a bit of movement in what different parts of the EU legislative process wants, so we really don't know what that's going to look like. So with looking at those, and I haven't even touched, of course, other jurisdictions that might have an influence, like India. So the question is, where to from here? The most recent salvos from the Australian government. We had in July 2021 a short discussion paper from Home Affairs that looked at, particularly they asked for quite a lot of questions around cybersecurity for the Internet of Things. There was other cybersecurity questions, but a lot of it was to do with the Internet of Things. And they proposed some different regulatory options. One was the status quo. The other options were things like mandatory standards, voluntary star ratings, or a compulsory expiry date label. Unfortunately, this discussion in the discussion paper was actually quite narrow. When they talked about mandatory regulation, they were just looking at the ETSI standard, but no others. It also concentrated solely on device level standards. And as we know from Hassan's work and others, that's not going to be good enough, that we also have to look at network level security solutions, which again Doug mentioned this morning in his talk. There's also some, sadly enough, again for the accessibility of cybersecurity regulation in this country, there's also some other reform proposals that will have to be taken into account in relation to the cybersecurity picture in Australia. Of course, we've got the Privacy Act report for review, which I would hope that we would see something either by the end of the year or early next year. We've got a Productivity Commission report on right to repair, which talks about security updates for devices, which has just been sitting on the shelf for a while. And of course, this is a slightly out of left field one, but the Treasury has just asked for consultation on unfair business practices. And considering the fact that the Fair Trade Commission has been leveraging its similar powers under the Fair Trade Commission Act, there's also a possibility, depending on what else happens around cybersecurity in the regulatory space, that any regulator might be looking at using an unfair practices standard to pursue cybersecurity, what they see as poor cybersecurity practices in business. If we actually have some very specific cybersecurity regulation, I don't think that will happen, but if we don't, before the unfair trading practices consultation is resolved and draft legislation may or may not be issued, I wouldn't be surprised if that comes, if a frustrated regulator might follow the FTC in that area. So where are we now? The last thing that I've seen from the Australian government, once the 2021 paper by Home Affairs, a lot of people put in submissions to it. It seemed to sort of disappear into some form of black hole. What has emerged is a very short discussion paper by the Expert Advisory Board to the government, which is essentially three people: Andrew Penn, who's ex-Telstra, there's Mel Hupfeld, who's career Air Force, and Rachel Falk, who's ex-lawyer, ex-Telstra, but has been doing cybersecurity for a number of years. And nothing's very clear from that. They've asked a lot of questions. Of course, they're running through a consultation progress. The only thing that I can work out from there is that Minister O'Neill, at least from her introduction, is fairly insistent that there has to be regulatory change. So what that will look like, anybody's guess. You could probably trawl through all the submissions on the site and see what people have said that will influence that. Thankfully, they have acknowledged the problem of the fact that all of our current cybersecurity obligations, well, there we go. Don't worry about that. Okay. Yeah. Oh, well, I've basically finished the slides anyway. So we've got the, that there will be regulation. One would hope they take their own advice and look at bringing in all the pieces. Remember, I went through about 3 or 4 different pieces of legislation that all might affect cybersecurity. Considering how important cybersecurity is, considering how complex it is, considering all those things, it would be great that one of their first jobs would be to work out how can we put this in an accessible place so people don't have to trawl through at least 5 different regimes to work out what their cybersecurity obligations are. I think that I could go in a manifesto about what I think it should be, but I think I'm going to restrain myself and just talk about the fact that it does actually need to be cleaned up. We need to, for businesses' sake as well as consumers, because at the moment it's really unclear what people need to do, how they need to do it, and therefore we could end up with small businesses or even large businesses being pinged for, but facing litigation, facing regulator action in an environment that's inherently uncertain, which I don't say doesn't do well for the economy and doesn't do well for consumers. So thank you very much. Any questions? I'm saying, sorry, no swag, just the joy of knowledge. Oh, great.
Where's the swag? So, no. I recently was in London at the blockchain conference alongside Latif Ladid, IPv6, blah, blah, blah. So what was funny is that afterwards I was in one of the pubs and with other members of the conference, and all of a sudden one of this lawyer came up. And was the barrister over there, counselor, whatever, right? And we started talking about what happens if somebody is negligent in producing the code that could be used to protect something. And the barrister went, oh, I'll take him to court in a heartbeat. And I went, well, okay, but you're London, right? And I go, yeah. He says, so there's precedent? He goes, oh, absolutely, all over the place. Is there precedent here in Australia for something like that?
Well, there wouldn't be case law specifically around negligence for code, but I would agree with the barrister that one thing I didn't mention, because it's complicated, is our general tort law, which is very similar to the UK tort law, it's not a lot different, would say any form, we have, whether you can classify faulty code as a service or a good, there would be liability and negligence. If you're negligent in creating something and you sell the damn thing, you've got a duty of care. And so, yes, it would be very clearly a breach of duty of care. And so I say you don't need a specific, the question again would be around causation. How does the causation work? But if you could link a causation to that sort of thing, I can see no reason why you couldn't bring a tort action.
I just want to let everybody know that hacker choice code that I showed you earlier, don't attribute it back to me. Just want to let you know.
Yep, somebody at the back.
I guess what I wanted to say was, does it make sense when we talk about engineering the future to build on stuff that's already there? I can tell you there's a DISP program, so if you're going to work with defense, there's a defense industry security planning program that you can apply to. There's also, which is headed by the Cyber Security Center, an IRAP program, an InfoSec,
I've just had the pleasure or pain of spending the last 12 months looking at SOCI and the Security of Critical Infrastructure Act, and finally have had some exposure to IRAPs, etc. Certification, authorisation, assessment, those are the sorts of things. I suppose the question is, in terms of mandating them in legislation, is one, whether or not they're suitable for businesses as opposed to government work, I would think. And that's something that business would have to put their oar in relation to that. That's one of the big issues around regulation in this area. my problem with it is it's far too general at the moment to give proper guidance to business. And so despite being a consumer protection lawyer, I feel quite sorry for business trying to operate in this particular space. Of course, then mandating one specific way of dealing with it is problematic as well, because it doesn't, and I see Frank nodding at that, which is good. I think it's the first time Frank's agreed with me, is really problematic. And that was one of the things that we pointed out in our submission on the Home Affairs. They're saying you must, one of the things we're suggesting in relation to mandatory standards, you have to comply with the ETSI standard. Why just one standard? Why shouldn't you look at equivalent standards like SOCI does? It's got its list of about 6. Because we do have to work in some flexibility, because we're not talking about something that's a nice uniform industry here with nice uniform solutions. So there has to be somewhere in between where business has some flexibility about choosing what is the most appropriate option for them without letting them get away with doing nothing. And there's plenty of people here, good providers do a lot of things. But we've still got a lot of bad apples in the bunch. And the question is, what do we need to do to... And the bad apples in the bunch don't just of course, affect their own consumers, etc. They can affect across the network, across industries, across... I don't need to tell you as cybersecurity practitioners that. And so I do think that there needs to be stronger regulation, and that's properly enforced. But one of the problems we've always had with regulating emerging technologies is the regulatory solutions are not flexible enough. It's either business can do anything it wants, or it's locked into this very severe regime that doesn't change as technology changes, as business changes, as industry changes, as tools change. And we have to find a road in between that allows for a speedy response to socio-technical change. And that's one of the things that I am quite in favour of. Any other questions or comments? Narelle?
A couple of weeks ago, I was presenting the Asia-Pacific Regional Internet Governance Forum on consumer labelling for Internet of Things devices. So I went down to our local large-scale hardware chain and took photographs of all the different labelling on all the items labelled as smart. And I found it very difficult to figure out what the devices actually did, let alone whether or not they were fit for the purpose for which I might have bought them. And when it came to security, there was one device showed anything at all to do with security, and that was a string of acronyms relating to Wi-Fi security. It does WPA, etc., which is not security as far as I'm concerned for a device that plugs into a system that connects to an app over a smartphone over God knows what networks. To me, none of that is fit for purpose under the Australian consumer level. Do you have any other observations about that? Oh no, there was one other device that mentioned it had a dangerous button battery.
I'm not a fan of labelling. I mean, I'm not against labelling. I don't think it's enough. I don't think it's sufficient. There's where it's nice and simple, like say the water stars that are on your washing machine. That works really well, I think, from a consumer protection perspective. But when we're getting more complex, I agree, there's absolutely no way, because as a consumer protection lawyer, I look at consumers not as the law and economics people in America look at them. I look at them as people with bounded rationality. I look at them as my 80-year-old mother. I look at them as my 16-year-old daughter. And so the labelling is a way to shift responsibility from people who know about the devices to people who don't know about the devices. And I just don't think that works don't think it works in this particular area. As I say, it can work in some areas, but even in some areas where it's relatively simple, it's been done badly, like food labelling in Australia isn't done particularly well. But something, as such, sometimes it's done well, like water labelling and electricity labelling isn't too bad, but it's not complex. It's a very easy thing to do. This is not easy. This is not simple. Again, that makes it, I see the point of digital labelling because of the flexibility that you can change, and you can talk about, we've just put in a security update in about 3 weeks ago again, but it doesn't help with the understandability problem, the comprehension problem. Well, no, you can't. So solve the security problem. Don't solve a problem you can't solve. Work on the ones you can. Okay, I will take you on that. Consumers don't care. As a law and emerging technology scholar, I've heard that so many damn times, and the research says, no, that's not true. The Consumer Policy Research Centre has done a hell of a lot of work on this in relation to privacy, and I think it applies here. Consumers don't care because they don't understand. They don't understand the terms and conditions, and as a lawyer, I take responsibility for my industry on that. They don't understand the terms and conditions. They know they can't negotiate. They know that there's no, that the terms and conditions from one to another are not going to be any better. And so they go, either their choice is, as a consumer, not that I can choose between these different wonderful terms and conditions, this different level of security, this different level of thing. They're going, I don't have time to read them. I don't understand them if I do read them. I'm in a state of essentially learned helplessness. So if I want to buy this smart home hub, I'm going to look at price because that's the only thing I understand. Frank? You guys pay us. Well, don't pay me. Go, Frank. Mm. Mm. Absolutely.
Our security resilience, and one of them is educating customers, and one of them is a simple way for them to start sifting the bad from the good, and not relying on the law to knock out a few bad players as it comes along, while a whole heap of people get caught by it anyway in the lag and wash, which has happened since the law came along.
Thanks, Frank. As I say, I'll repeat that I'm not against labelling. I think it's a great tool, and consumers do have to take responsibility. I just don't think it's sufficient. Okay, so I think that's probably enough. We probably want to hear from Ruth now.
Thank you, Dr. Manwaring, for sharing your insights into the intersection of cyber and law. I would now like to introduce our last speaker for today, Ruth Lewis. Ruth Lewis is an experienced strategic IT consultant, academically qualified futurist and professional engineer based in Melbourne, Australia. Having worked across many industries, sectors and technologies with a particular focus on the innovative and ethical use of technology in business and in society, Ruth's career has spanned 30 years developing and designing IT solutions for her clients as a network engineer, senior technical consultant, solutions architect, business analyst and technology foresight professional. Ruth is the chair of the IEEE Society on Social Implications of Technology Standards Committee, is a member of the IEEE SA Asia Pac Regional Advisory Group, is the standards coordinator for the IEEE SSIT Australia and IEEE Victorian section, and was an active contributing member of the IEEE 7000 TM 2021 standard model process for addressing ethical concerns during system design. Ruth received the IEEE SA 2022 Standards Medallion for Leadership in promoting the development of IEEE technology and society standards. She will be exploring IEEE's AI ethics and governance. Please join me in welcoming her to the stage.
Thank you. Hang on, it's a clicker. Thanks very much. And thanks again to the organisers of CyberOz for asking me along. So now that you're all terrified around IoT and V6, absolutely terrify you on AI, but maybe not, because we're definitely well ahead of the game to think about these things. So yeah, I'm here to talk about IEEE Association's AI ethics and governance. So first of all, just on behalf of IEEE and myself and everyone here, I just wanted to respectfully acknowledge that I'm presenting from the traditional lands of the Bedegal peoples, who are the traditional owners and custodians of the University of New South Wales Kensington campus, where it's situated, and I want to pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging, and to elders from other communities who may be here today. We of course acknowledge and uphold the traditional owners' continuing relationship to the land and to the waterways. So as I've been kindly introduced, I actually started my career as a network engineer and as a network consultant. I was actually a consultant for about 25 years, believe it or not. So it just astounds me we're still talking about IPv6, and that was like 11, 12 years ago. It's extraordinary. And yet, you know, I kind of jumped the fence to the dark side, as they said at the time, to the more the IT business side, as a business analyst, systems integration, all that sort of thing, and then actually became a futurist because that's what you do, right? I feel like I'm coming full circle. It's extraordinary. But so the thing is, during my foresight course, we're actually, and I discovered this during the course, we're actually encouraged to go out and actually make a difference in the world, and that's where I actually got involved in standards development in sort of emerging technologies, and particularly around some of the environmental and ethical issues around it, and how we can deal with some of these, because they're really quite complex, aren't they? And as mentioned, since then I've taken on additional roles, which I also have my own consultancy called Technology Foresight. So this is what I'll cover in this short presentation. Firstly, I'll talk about the opportunities and challenges of AI development. Actually, can I use this? Yeah, I might do that. Sorry, does that work? Okay. I'll talk about the opportunities and challenges of AI development, which is kind of what we're talking about with V6 and what we've been talking about IoT, but kind of taken to the next level. And also, I'll just talk about the IEEE's. It's not working. Okay. Thanks. Yeah. I'll talk about the IEEE Standards Association suite of ethics and governance standards, and actually there's a certification program which I think some of you have been asking about labelling, and we've been talking about certification all day. This might resonate to some of you and see how it might address some of these challenges. So, what is cyber ethics? I had to look this up because this is CyberOz, right? Anyone want to take a guess at this? What's cyber ethics? No one? That's Robo. I did look this up actually, according to the Encyclopedia of Sciences and Religions from 2013. It's actually a branch of applied ethics that examines moral, legal, and social issues at the intersection of computer and information and communications technologies. So it sounds like it's right here. It's all of us, it's today, and it's also our future, both for now and also, you know, as our legacy, I guess, for our children and going forward for their children as well. So this is really important that we started thinking about this, and this is what I found the major shift, perhaps in worldview, from where I was as a network consultant, network engineer, where you just want to make the thing work and make the customer go away who keeps complaining, because, you know, as you were saying this morning, the network's got to work, right? And that's the only thing we're interested in. Whereas cyber ethics and ethics of all of what we're doing, and in fact, the environmental impact is actually about not does it work, but how should it work? And is it the right thing to even do it? Sometimes you need to actually think about this, and that's behoving to all of us to actually start thinking this way, because some of these new and emerging technologies, as Kayleen was saying, it's really quite complex. There's not just legal, but moral issues which maybe are overlapped as well. So we all need to start thinking about these things. So, as I said, so the thing with AI, I mean, it's constantly in the news, isn't it? It brings huge opportunities, and I think someone earlier today was it Ralph maybe? Somebody was saying in the US what really rose their boat is capitalism. Huge opportunities. It's huge opportunities. So the global market is quoted at around about $1 trillion by 2028, and twice that, $2 trillion by 2030, which is extraordinary. So everyone's really excited. It's always in the media. In the media, there's a lot of investment in the area of AI, and I use that term quite loosely. And, you know, quite an optimistic view. Hundreds of potential use cases to solve humanity's endemic problems. Things like, you know, imagine being able to solve climate change, provide accurate medical diagnoses, control epidemics. Well, we've just had one, haven't we? Solve the global food crisis, stem plastic tide, generate efficient energy. And of course, it is enabled and driven by availability of historic data, embedded devices. We've just been talking about Internet of Things or Internet of whatever. Connectivity, processing power, open source software and data, deep learning methods, and of course accelerating returns, which is providing this huge incentive for investment. However, there are just some of these issues that keep cropping up, and these are the ones that are in the media. Things like a lack of transparency. We don't really necessarily understand how these things, particularly decision-making, automated decision-making systems, how they're coming to these conclusions. We don't, often the vendors aren't telling us how these things actually work. Issues like worker replacement, social credit schemes from certain governments, using AI, deep fakes, a lot of that stuff going on, yeah? Tech addiction, some of these consumer devices are actively seeking to addict even children or even babies. It's quite scary. We all know about Cambridge Analytica and the 2016 elections. Yeah. No, just mentioning some of these. And of course, human bias, okay, which is part of that historical data issue.
So when you say human bias, is that more like a racial bias?
It could be anything, it could be gender bias, but it's embedded in, because it's historic data, that's these machine learning schemes that's fed with this historic data. Past behaviours is not necessarily the type of society we want it to reflect. And of course, if you talk about automated decision making, like if you're looking at, say, hiring, or looking at a range of candidates for a particular role, do you just want, you know, past practices to reflect your current or future practices? That's not necessarily the right thing. So, and this is one of the problems. Okay. So, that's another example, yes, exactly. But the key to all this is that this is all based on AI development without particular consideration for societal values. Often only people are thinking about economic gain or maybe efficiency as a goal rather than things like social justice or fairness or whatever. All right? So to counter those issues, there are increasing market drivers that demand ongoing and demonstrated trustworthy engagements at multiple levels and touch points, and that includes things like soft or socio-technical attributes which are difficult to demonstrate compliance to the marketplace without accepted and proven certification schemes from recognised entities. And now we actually have draft regional regulations such as the European Union AI Act that seek to encourage socio-technical considerations to be implemented, but there's actually no global or universal standardised approach to this. And you also have cities and governments that are procuring AI technologies, and they require the means to properly vet ethical AI concerns and considerations to make sure that their citizens are actually treated fairly. Okay. So what do? They come up with, there have been a number of high-level principles that have been developed. I've got 3 of them mentioned here. The OECD AI Trustworthy Principles, UNESCO AI Principles, and of course Australia's AI Ethics Principles. Have people seen this? Yeah? I'm not sure whether you're aware of these. Can you see any similarity between them? Yeah? I'll colour code them for you. They're all the same, aren't they? They're all the same. No, seriously. Inclusive growth, sustainability, well-being, human-centred values, robustness, security and safety, transparency and explainability and accountability. They're all the same, except for maybe this one down here, awareness and literacy, but I'll get to that in a minute. So why are they the same? That's because of this. Back in 2015, IEEE Standards Association went against the common practice in the IEEE and the IEEE Standards Association and actually started looking into this stuff, and they gathered together hundreds and hundreds of contributors, experts globally, and came up with this publication called Ethically Aligned Design. It was quite groundbreaking, and as a result of this publication, it just really started that conversation of, should we be doing this? How should we do this? What are these fundamental issues? And that's where this publication has actually, I'm going historically a little bit here, 2015, first published in 2017 and then revised twice to 2019. It actually had these ethically aligned design pillars, universal human values, social political self-determination and data agency, and of course technical dependability, because robustness is very important. And then that then broke into these ethically aligned general principles: human rights, well-being, data agency, effectiveness, transparency, accountability, awareness of misuse, and so on. And then that then broke into these chapters. And those chapters that were comprised of issues and then recommendations. So all of these principles I've been talking about are actually used by OECD for the AI principles, UNESCO, and of course Australia as well, plus others like IBM also picked up those principles. They all look very, very similar, and that's what we call soft law approach. So those chapters made specific recommendations, for some of them very specific around developing standards, because that's what Standards Association did, and what they would look like. And out of those came a number of standards. That was the inspiration behind what is called the IEEE 7000 series standards on what we call autonomous and intelligent systems, because what we now call AI, which is kind of more a marketplace definition, was actually called autonomous intelligent systems, meaning not just machine learning, not just the deep learning methods, but any sort of automated decision making, even if it's not data fed. It's the same issues again. Okay. So now we have, in this space, over 30 what we call socio-technical standards. Who would have known, most of the people here, that there would be such a thing? Because most of you, I'm sure, know all about standards, technical standards. These are what's called socio-technical standards, looking at societal as well as environmental type issues. And this is now my bread and butter, which is interesting. The ones that I've put in red are actually published standards, okay? The ones that are black are still being under development. Some of them are actually coming pretty close to ballot and will hopefully be published soon. And I just want to mention as well that the ones that are in red are actually available for free download, and I'll talk about that in a minute. But they're actually, because of generous sponsorship of a third party, they're actually available for free. You don't actually have to pay a licensing fee. So, all right, so, good. So what that means is that, just coming back to Australia's AI ethics principles, which I mentioned before, and I've still colour-coded them, they translate directly into these published and yet to be published standards, which basically means from principles you actually get a full guideline of how you should actually, you know, how they recommend you should implement them. So things like human, societal and environmental well-being translates very nicely into 7010. Human-centred values into 7000. I'm just going to talk a little bit about some of these standards just to clarify, but as I said, you can download them. So I'll start off with this one, which I think was mentioned before. I actually contributed to this. Is one that's a standard that's quite close to my heart, which is the standard 7000. It was published 3 years ago, and I'm happy to say was actually first globally soft launched in Melbourne as part of the Digital Innovation Festival in Victoria. That's an initiative of the Victorian government, incidentally. So this is actually a model process for addressing ethical concerns during system design. So this is all around embedding human values of our society when you are developing an autonomous or intelligent system, meaning including AI, but also any other sort of automated decision-making process. So why it's so nice and why I love it, because I mentioned my background, like all of you, we love our processes, and this is all around processes. It actually has all these processes here. Count them, there's 5. It's very process-oriented. It says, do this, do this, do this, and then it's done. Okay, so it's really easy to use. I know it actually walks you through the whole ethical thing, you know, converts it into values. It was actually developed and a collaboration between technical people and philosophers and others. So it covers things like human values like privacy, autonomy, environmental sustainability, inclusion, community fairness, all those sort of things that we as engineers typically would feel quite nervous just dealing with. It actually helps you to do this, and that's why I love it. But essentially it's all very values-oriented, human values and metrics-driven technology at the outset of design, and helps you to design ethically. That's why it's called ethically aligned design. This is that standard. Incidentally, this standard's been adopted by ISO IEC as well. So that's quite nice. I think I've got the number here as 24749. But if you go to the ISO site, you'll pay a lot of money. You can get it for free through IEEE Standards Association, thankfully. Okay, the next one we mentioned, well-being, and here I have to say what we measure matters. The outcomes need to be measured. We need to step beyond just thinking about financial benefits, GDP, contribution to bottom line. We need to actually measure and think about how the deployment of automated decision-making processes like AI will actually affect the individual, the community, as well as society in general. And that's why we have this published standard, which was put out there first, actually in 2020. It's been around already for 3 years, which is called 7010, the recommended practice for assessing the impact of autonomous intelligent systems on human well-being. And when I say human well-being, that does include sustainability. And what this is all about, it talks about well-being, and it defines well-being as being a suite of a dozen domains of that you can actually use. It's got a huge wealth of global indicators, measurement indicators you can refer to, you can tailor, and it also has a wonderful process which you can use to generate reports. It's very iterative, it's compatible with any sort of development methodology, and you actually use this from all the way from concept through to deployment and removal of your system. It's a really nice little process to use in this standard. Next one I was going to talk about is 7001, the standard for transparency in autonomous systems. This is quite a unique, nice little standard. It was actually developed by the society, the robotics, intelligent transportation system. They came at it from the angle of autonomous vehicles, but it equally applies to what they call soft autonomous systems like AI systems. So robots as well as AI systems. It actually has in it two different processes. One is really for creating transparency specifications prior to or during design or procurement. And the other process in there is called a system transfer assessment. So that's really assessing AI systems in situ. So this is all around having measurable, testable levels of transparency for AI. And I know you may have heard the term explainability. This actually covers it. Again, free to download, have a look. It'll explain the explainability or the non-explainable. It's actually quite a nice and powerful standard. And finally, just on the standards, I'm just covering a few. 7002 is the standard for data privacy process. This is a CyberOz, I have to mention privacy. This is a really nice holistic approach. I think it was Kayleen or somebody was mentioning about the fragmentation associated with security and the way it's developed. So what this particular standard is trying to address, and I have experienced it myself as a systems person, as a developer, even as a network person. Typically the cyber or security people are locked in a room, they kind of do their own thing, and then they come out and this is how you do it. They've got a whole set of specs. This is actually looking at this whole area of privacy in a very holistic way. It's looking at organisational policies, it's looking at processes, all the way through to your system privacy requirements, end to end from the beginning of the program all the way through to disposal of the system. All those internal, external factors, third-party relationships in a very holistic and very systematic manner. So it's a really nice standard and process to follow. My own particular role, as was mentioned, I've got a voluntary role as the Society for Social Implications of Technology Standards Committee, looking after 16 different developing standards. And I'll just mention a couple of them. The ones that are green are actually primarily environmentally focused, I guess, but the others are to do with, I suppose, data, what I'd call applied AI or emerging technology. Things like provenance of Indigenous people data. This has actually got an advisory group from global Indigenous groups who are actually looking at provenance of their own information. Responsible trading of human-generated data. This one, I think, Kayleen, you would like this. Recommended practice for principles and design and operation addressing technology-facilitated interpersonal control. This is interesting. This one actually came out of industry from research that was being done by IBM. And then they came to IEEE Standards Association and said, we've got a bit of research. Do you want to turn this into a standard? And that's still being chaired by somebody who still works for IBM, which I think is really interesting. So the vendors do good. Machine-readable personal privacy terms, which is all around consumer to organisational or business-to-business negotiation of privacy terms, which is another very interesting one. And some others anyway. So if anyone's interested, you know, we're always looking for contributors who might be interested in contributing to some of those standards. So it's a lot of fun doing that. Just finally, one thing that is a bit disturbing, this is actually a McKinsey report that came out, I think, last year. It's just disturbing because what has remained concerningly consistent is the level of risk mitigation organisations engage in to bolster digital trust. And what they have seen in their study is that essentially since 2019 till last year, there really hasn't been any movement in what organisations are doing to bolster trust with consumers, which kind of echoes what Kayleen was saying, which is very concerning. And that's why the IEEE Standards Association has actually come up with this certification program to help instill trustworthiness, to bolster digital trust in AI systems. And this is kind of what we were talking about before about consumer protection or the star rating, issuing a mark of trustworthiness to an AI system. So the consumers, it actually says that this vendor or this developer, this organisation, and we're talking systems or services, has actually taken the time to get this mark of trust so that the consumer can feel a sense of confidence. And there are actually 4 sets currently of criteria that you can be certified for trust against, which includes fair algorithmic bias, privacy, transparency and accountability. Associated with program, as I mentioned, you've got your criteria, you have a whole methodology, and then they'll then gain a mark of trust in situ for a particular AI system. So that kind of sums up what I've been talking about, going from principles to practice. The principles being ethically aligned design, as I mentioned, first started in 2015 as a huge initiative with hundreds of people. That's then spawned a whole range of publications, looking at ethically aligned design for business and so on, to the standards, as I mentioned, 8 of them already published and available for free, to the certified mark of trust and the certification program, which I just also want to mention. There is training available to train up assessors. This has now been launched. This is going strong. There is actually the next and the very first program, that public program for certified in the Asia Pac certified assessor training is actually now fixed at the 13th to the 16th of November. If anyone's interested, I've just put the QR code there. But they're actually, IEEE Standards Association are running a registry and also seeking strategic partners to partner with them for this certification program. So just in summary, the Trustworthy AI Portfolio for IEEE Standards Association. It's available for public access to improve public understanding. This is where I was talking about AI literacy and understanding. We want to push out AI. We know it's going to be deployed. We want it to be deployed in the right way so that consumers can trust it and it's developed right. So that's what it's all about. 7 published technical standards available on what's called the GET program on AI ethics and governance standards, the freely available and downloadable ethically aligned design and its various publications, as well as the criteria, the ontological specifications for algorithmic bias, privacy, transparency, and accountability, all available, as I mentioned before, for free public download to increase AI literacy and understanding. So just to summarise what I was saying before, that the demand for trustworthy systems will continue to grow for the foreseeable future, but addressing trustworthy AI systems implementations continues to be interest for all market stakeholders, being governments, being consumers, businesses, and manufacturers and developers. The IEEE Standards Association's adaptive and customisable approach will support your AI digital transformation journey, whatever that is, going from principles to practice, and with its publication standards, its training and the certified adaptive risk certification methodology. The IEEE Trustworthy Portfolio is available for free public access to encourage awareness, literacy and action, as I mentioned, and also I'll just mention again opportunities. Well, what I see is career enhancement or advancement through cyber ethics, through the IEEE certified and also the standards. So thank you very much. Any questions? Yeah, sure. There's both, yes. No, both actually. As I mentioned before, I'll just go back. If I can go back to the previous slide. So there's papers. These ones up here, ethically aligned design, its various iterations. These are the standards, as I mentioned. 7 of them are available for free download. The rest are still under development. And these are specifications of trustworthy AI criteria. These are the top level criteria. They're actually quite deep, but the top level criteria are actually available for free download, so you can have a bit of a look at them. And I just mentioned it's not just technical, this is organisational, it's quite holistic specifications that needs to be complied with to get that certification. Okay, thanks for the question though. Any other questions? Sorry, yes. Sorry.
A lot of AI systems rely on having large amounts of data that it's been accurately labelled, and organisations that are developing AI systems have been employing large numbers of people to look at data sets and label them. and there's been accusations that they've been mistreating those workers in certain ways. I'm wondering if these ethics standards cover that side of the AI puzzle.
Actually, you know, it's interesting. I can't remember that is specifically addressed, and I know what you're talking about, because that's certainly been in the media, hasn't it? So
Yeah.
some of the workers, and it's not just labelling, but also looking at things like abuse tags and things like that, hasn't it?
That's right.
I'm
yes.
trying to remember if I can't remember that, but that's to do with the development of the system rather than how it's deployed,
not the final system or how it's deployed, not the consumers of that system, but the workers who develop that system.
Yes, correct.
For example, cars that are driving on their own, self-driving cars, rely on video footage that's collected by a fleet of cars, and people who a lot of people look at that footage and label it to say, oh, this car did the right thing, did the wrong thing, or did the driver behave in an appropriate manner? But there can be a lot of, sometimes that footage can also be very confronting because it includes footage of accidents that happened on the roads as well.
Yeah, that's a good question. I'm not actually sure, because you're asking quite a specific question, so I can't tell you. You're certainly welcome to have a look, but I will actually find out, because I think that's a good question. And I know that these ontological specifications, when they're actually published a few years ago, and I know this has just come out in the media, what you're talking about. So that would be a great opportunity, if it isn't there now, to actually update them with that sort of information. Has those sort of methods been used, and were the workers who are having to do the labelling treated in a fair and just manner?
Right.
I think that's a really excellent question, and I read some of these stories and I feel pretty horrified too. But thanks for raising it.
No worries.
Sorry, at the back. Yeah.
What happened to do no harm?
Do no harm. Did it? Yeah, but then what happened to that do no harm? That's another question.
Thanks. Look, thank you, Ruth. That was really, really interesting. I loved it. I particularly liked the idea that all those ethical considerations didn't use the word AI when they were first created, because I hate the idea. I mean, right now we're talking about specific regulation about AI in government, and I have a fear of people regulating for any particular type of technology that worries the bejesus out of me, because that's a moving target if ever there was one. But ethics and moral, that's another thing. I wonder whether where the consideration is for the fact that the ethics and moral of the users change, i.e. the social capital for the ethics and morality that's built into the AI in design. How does that affect the end users, or how do the end users affect it? And what's the feedback mechanism that you've incorporated to include that? Or is there one?
Yes, there is. And just going back to, dare I go back? Sorry. That first standard that I mentioned. Go way back. This one here. Have a look at that standard. It's a lovely process, as I mentioned. It's all around the stakeholders, and it means all of the stakeholders, not just the manufacturers, not just the users, but all of them. And that includes those people who haven't even been born yet, because they all need advocates too, don't they? And it's a lovely process to actually take their concerns, ethical concerns, and actually convert that into requirements. And it actually is based on a risk mitigation analysis and mitigation strategy based on those ethical concerns. So it's a nice process.
Great, I love it. And the other one is that I love the way that you're making some of these, or a lot of these, available for free. How does that work, or does it work, or are you just running in parallel with Standards Australia and ISO and IEC? How does you just sort of happily coexist, or do you funnel it through them, or how can we get access to this sort of stuff? I mean, I'm in the Standards Australia and do all that sort of, I'm on those interminable standards meetings, but I'm utterly frustrated by the lack of visibility and access to these documents by others, and yet you do that. So how does that work? Did you have worked out something with them, or what?
I'm actually living proof. I live on both sides of the fence too. I also, in fact, Standards Australia invited me when I was in the middle of developing this, and this is I'm talking 2017 when IT43 was just being stood up, and SC42, JTC1 was just being stood up. This was going full bore. This was already like 4 years in, okay? So this is already quite mature. AI I guess I'd call it two different camps. There's the AI technical standards, and then there's what I call the socio-technical standards. So let me qualify. IEEE Standards Association, the socio-tech stuff is available for free. I can't say the same for the AI technical stuff. And SC42, IT43 are now starting to approach this sort of stuff in their own way, okay?
Okay.
Does that answer the question?
No, I just wanted, I'm not sure.
How do you get it for free?
I don't understand why standards shouldn't be free, frankly. I think they are part of the reason that we can work together better. And if that was dealt with, then we'd have a different an exercise.
Well, but the thing is, standards development, or SDOs, as they're called, standards development organisations, they are not for profits, like I don't know, Internet Association, I assume, but you still need to pay your CEOs, you need to get the light on, don't you? Even not-for-profits need to run on a shoestring, even though, yes, all the volunteers are contributing to this, we don't get paid.
I completely get that. I run a not-for-profit. I mean, it's just that, so the answer to fixing the problem of who releases the standards, we need to use the profit model to drive the development of the standards, which may not be aligned to the ethical and moral models that you're just talking about there.
Well, interestingly, sorry, just going back to what I was saying, this particular one is actually, I wouldn't call it for profit, but this is, assessor program is chargeable. And when you're being assessed, it's chargeable, as it is under ISO. Okay, similar sort of thing. Certification, you need to pay. Like 27,000 or 9,000 or any of those sort of standards. So, and IEEE has been doing this sort of thing for ages with other things, as you're probably aware. So yeah, there are different models. It's not just around downloading standards, but there's certification programs and things like that. So good question though, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Yeah.
So generally, engineers don't think that broadly. We are pretty narrow-scopic people. And it's always good to have the people coming in and saying, hey, you forgot to do this. And I think what you're doing, the entire suite of ethics and everything else, applies to all engineering pretty much broadly, to everything that is being done, not just AI. So I don't know if you have done that form, or you had just targeted towards artificial intelligence. Or it basically covers anything under the engineering class.
So, hang on, sorry. Hang on, where did I go? So I was just trying to find the slide that I had on the SSIT Standards Committee, which is what I chair. That covers things like neurotechnology, metaverse, and learning within the metaverse. It covers a range of emerging technologies. It's not just AI, but it's what I call applied AI, because a lot of them are data-driven, machine learning-driven, but it's the application of it. How is an entity represented in the metaverse? How can that be used safely and ethically in a learning environment? Things like that. So you kind of drill down, and it's around data and data use and representation and ownership and provenance and who gets to say what happens. It's around, the contract between the consumer or business and business to business. So there's all sorts of issues. Part of it is law, but there's a lot of other society expectations, and as well as environmental issues. So a lot of this, things like common use and common platforms. Why should developers take what is really a common wealth of all of society and declare it to be theirs? So all those sort of issues are dealt with. So it's a really interesting and expanding area if anyone's interested. If you're crazy enough to jump out of the network area like me and get into this, please talk to me, because always love to have new participants if you've got the time and the interest. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ruth, for your speech on exploring AI governance and ethics. We will now be taking a short break for 10 minutes before we reconvene for our panel session this afternoon. Thank you. Hi everyone, if we could please go back to our seats to begin the panel discussion for this afternoon, that would be really great. Do you want to go? So you don't want me to introduce anyone? Okay, cool. Sure.
Check, check. Hello, 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 hello. Oi, hi. May I have your attention, please? Get back to your seats ASAP.
Come. Thanks everyone. I hope you're excited for the panel discussion this afternoon. I would like to invite Mr. Krishna Kumar Lahoti to the stage, who will be the moderator for this exciting session on the state of cybersecurity, IPv6 and IoT. Following the panel discussion, we will have a Q&A session to address your questions. Your active participation is encouraged.
Good afternoon, everyone. May I call upon the participants for the panel discussion, the panelists. I'll start with George Svetanowski, the CEO and founder of Hyperscalers. Give him a big hand, please. He's driven all the way from Canberra. And may I have on stage Professor Suresh Ramadas, the chairman of Asia Pacific IPv6 Council and a pioneer in the area of IPv6, way ahead of his time in Malaysia. And the next panelist, Simon Finn, the National Cybersecurity Advisor for Cisco in Australia. And then can I have on stage Frank Zeichner, the CEO of IoT Alliance Australia. And last but not the least, Matthew from Leap Telecommunications and the board member for IAA, thank you. And Dr. Hassan, one of the chief organizers and big support for the CyberOz program and an expert in IoT security and research topics. So now that we have all the panelists on stage, I'd like to start with Professor Suresh Ramadas in terms of the Asia Pacific IPv6 Council and some of the talks that you have delivered on IPv6 and 5G in Malaysia. If you could just brief us on some of those topics.
Should I use the slides or just talk?
Maybe you can just talk.
I'll just talk. Okay. Evening, everyone. I know you all want to get out of here, beat the traffic, so we'll make it fast. And IPv6, we've talked so long about it, but you know, we started this thing as early 20s, early 2000s, right? So 2003, 2004 started pushing the agenda for it. Malaysia had, and I think till today has, the only government agency that was created to spearhead IPv6 implementation in the country. It was called the National Advanced IPv6 Center of Excellence. I wrote the paper for the parliament, the ministry pushed the paper through, the center was established with funding, and it was placed under the university. As such, we had actually a government entity that was created to spearhead this. To that, we then created the National IPv6 Council was created to assist the center, because working with governments or government departments, it's almost impossible. You ask a guy, he says tomorrow, 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 and it'll never come. So you had to have a council, which was spearheaded by the ministry, had 34 different ministries as members of the council, and they were good. They worked, we met the timelines. Then comes a story of enforcement. I'm not going to go through the whole story, I'll just take the highlights. In terms of enforcement, what I believed and I pushed was not enforcement, but rather rewards. A rewarding scheme for ISPs who implemented IPv6, and those who didn't want, well, you know, there were deadlines that were given, but a reward scheme for those who implemented it earlier. It's hard to, what do you want to do? Take the cane and beat the CEO? You can't do that. You could, but you know. So you try to give them a benefit, tax rewards. So worked with the ministry, I said, let's give them tax incentives. There were other things we did in a similar manner. And V6 started moving, but it was still very slow. I'll tell you what really kicked V6 off. Not just in Malaysia, but I see the same thing almost globally. Right? Malaysia a bit faster because we had a center. It is money. When the ISPs realized how much they were losing by using IPv4, and you know, the CFOs, those bean counters, they don't know V4, V6. They ask the engineer, if I use V4, how much? If I use V6, how much? Clearly, the numbers show. So the bean counter says, we use V6, you go implement. And that's all it takes, right? So when the CFO says, that's our direction, the engineers implement it. And that's what's been happening. That's why if you see in the last, why did I ask for the statistics from 1 or 2 years earlier? Because it went like that and it went like this. In the last 1 to 2 years, we went from 20% hovering traffic on the internet V6 to 50, 45. We're almost 45%. Why that rise? And if that rise is started, and then naturally you look, who is the one country that is the most capitalistic country in the world? There you go. Thank you, Ralph. Right? So when you see the capitalists start moving in that direction, you know, hey, wake up. Right? There's money to be made in that. Why are they doing that? Because they can save money. If not, they won't do it. They don't give a shit. They don't care about IPv4, IPv6. They only care about the end. Right? Can I show a profit in the books? That's happening. So today, that's happening. So for those of you all still fighting for V4 or V6, don't worry about it. It's there. It's moving, right? So if you can get in on the bandwagon, try to get into V6 companies, startups, put your money into them, and have fun doing it. Enjoy yourself. By the way, we set up a V6 council, APAC V6 Council, Asia Pacific Council. This council is focused on helping governments now. So a lot of the governments are now stuck because things are moving so fast in Asia Pacific. The developing nations are stuck saying, hey, what it's happening, what am I going to do? So it's, I need rules, I need regulations, I need roadmaps done, and so on. So this is where the APAC Council has been set up to assist. Our target is to really assist the governments and ISPs who need guidance. ISPs are good. Right? You've got APNIC looking after them and training them, so they're doing a good job. So what we are focused on mainly is the government, but industry is welcome to ask us for assistance as well. That's the APAC V6 Council. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Professor. In the interest of time, I'm just going to ask you just one question. Oh, you had brought up a very good topic. You said, my IP, my ID. What do you mean by that?
I didn't bring it up.
Not here.
Okay. The My IP, My ID was an idea that popped up into my head, which basically I believe, well, what is the smallest IPv6 address block I can get? It's a /64. That's 2 to the power of 32 times the largest IPv4 address block you can ever have. What that means is I have, the smallest is in billions. Using that address block, I can subnet that, cut it down, and give everyone, let's take Malaysia because I'm from there, I can give everybody in Malaysia 1 million IP addresses, permanent. IP addresses, which becomes part of their identity. So imagine now, some of you, I mean, I was explaining this to the waiter at the bar yesterday. So first thing is, okay, she got, hey, she's a bright girl, she's a student here. So the first thing she said is, oh, I don't like that, they track me. I said, nobody's going to track you, but think of it differently. You know all those spam and all those possible scammers that may attack your bank accounts? Guess what? Now the bank has a number that belongs to you. That is the only IP address they will deal with. You give it to them, all messages from that IP address are the only validated IP address that they will deal with. You know how secure that makes your banking? Because someone can spoof an address going out, but the pathway to an address coming back can't be spoofed. Your routers won't route it. Unless your main router screwed up, that's a different story. But otherwise, your routers won't route it. Right? So you got a secure pathway. So if I do that, and we create that for every Australian, right? You got a pool of IPs that you can give your children, your dogs, your cats, anything, all the IoT devices in your house for the next 10, 20 generations. It stays on. Right? Think of it that way. It belongs, it becomes a hereditary part of your family. I think it's pretty cool. But okay.
Interesting, very interesting. So next, I think, Frank, you're from IoT Alliance Australia. You've been hearing so much talk about IoT security, even from NIST. Kayleen brought up a lot of topics. You had a lot of questions as well. So what is IoT Alliance Australia's role in securing the IoT infrastructure in Australia?
Okay, thanks. Just for those who don't know, IoT Australia is the peak industry body for IoT, formed in 2016, and I'm the CEO. So, well, right now, there are 2 or 3 major big vectors, big transformations that are affecting our community. And that's net zero and trust and skills. You know, 3 things that are, one driving, one holding back, well, the other one's holding back as well. There's 2 holding back and one possibly going forward. And then, and that's in a backdrop where the deployment of IoT is growing at about 25 to 30% per annum in terms of its application, and it's moving from, finally moving out of these interminable trials into line of business. And that's where the security starts mattering, because all of a sudden line of business means, hey, automated decision making, it means changing processes, it means you can't make mistakes anymore, and it means it's not just in the hands of the person who knew what was going on, but a whole lot of people who now don't know what's going on. So we've got this sort of major transitional problem. So that's what's we've got to try and navigate, and each of those have different aspects that matter. On the net zero front, we've got this whole question around the authenticity of the data that's supporting certificates and behaviour and transition. So there's a big drive for us to know that the data is right, it's correct, it's the right standard, but that's not set. We now have climate-related financial disclosure that's going to descend on the top 30,000 companies. That'll be mandatorily done. The government's saying that's all based, they're happy to be based on qualitative data, which is a bit of an absolute, are you kidding me? So that's a massive issue, and it's all in the too hard basket, but it's also in the I don't trust it basket. So all very well for people to just say what they're doing. So the trust in the data that's being used is a big issue. And why IoT is relevant is because it's timely. It's not reported once a year in your annual report, which is impossible for scenario planning, impossible continuous disclosure. Second thing is the whole trust, the whole secure and insecure background. So global threats, the SOCI Act is huge for us, this security of critical infrastructure. 11 industries have been declared to be in that space. The government can declare any other industry in there. They just last week declared another 87 country assets as part of that, which means they all have to have risk management plans. They also, which were mandatory and had to have been done by August this year. And now they've got to have mandatory operational plans for how they're going to actually deal with the risks. As was said before, there's no preferred methodology for doing that, and I'm not at all suggesting that there's a one-size-fits-all. There's nothing like it, because the standards for security, etc., are different in water, in energy, in food transport, in data centres. They're all different, and so we wouldn't even start trying to come up with that. But principles possibly the same. So there's a whole requirement there, but that's creating another problem, which is an industry problem for us, and that is the fear factor for buyers and purchasers has gone up through the roof. And they don't know who the secure suppliers are, or the secure products, or the secure people in the suppliers for the products. And so there's a whole question of how do we rate those? And we're getting state governments saying, we got 50 water authorities. Do we have to have each water authority test every single supplier and every single product that they're going to get put into, or can we have a way of have a standard that they could all use, or a certification method they can use? So there's a whole lot of, it's all very well to say be more secure, but how do you actually make that cost effective without creating a tremendous burden? Not yet solved. Then in parallel with that, we've got the consumer IoT thing, which is now descending on us, which is a big issue. We've been pushing that one for hard since 2017. And I think the new government strategy on cybersecurity is coming out probably in November, and it will be included in that. So we've got to consider that. That's big on our agenda. We've got this AI regulation stuff happening. And let's face it, there isn't any IoT system that doesn't have pretty much some sort of AI involved in it anyway. So whether it's a sensor or the edge or in the cloud or at the actuation point or wherever the hell it is, and probably many points along the multiple chains that is in a supply chain for IoT anyway. So there's a whole lot of thinking about that, and definitely I'm anti the idea of trying to have specific regulations for specific technologies, which is, I think, a really dangerous place. I mean, I understand what the EU is doing, which is around, let's exclude really bad cases, fine, but there's a whole, this goes to the next thing, which is all around the behaviour and understanding and education of users, of operators, and of making it easy for them to understand. So this, for me, the whole skills problem is not just a question of, do people know how to develop secure products or safe products or private products, but do they know how to make that clear and transparent to the users so that they know? And how do the users know? And how do the users know how to use those products? And so we've got an educational problem for our community. So safe AI, safe morals is a societal problem, not just a developer's problem. And that's probably all I wanted to say. I mean, it's probably enough. There's plenty of things to do, and then we've got the poor developers developing products going, oh my God, how do I navigate all of this? So which is we need a way in which we can help them understand it, make it easier. So easier access to standards, easier access to training, and in my view, government has been spending way too much time on trying to help new companies invent new products, but it's been really poor at getting people to adopt and to use and to understand how to use, because it's sort of hard. Right. And in Australia, I'm a big pusher of doing what people do overseas, which is the government's a third of the market. If they're going to invest in it, they bloody well better buy it.
Right.
Anyway, that's my story.
Yeah. Thank you, Frank, for the nice talk, because I think you've covered all the critical points that you had in mind. With this, I'd like to move to Dr. Hassan, who's been working on IoT security, and even I saw a paper that was referenced in Dr. Kalin's presentation today. And would you like to tell us more about that?
Yeah,
First
sure.
start with the paper.
Thanks. For those of you who might not know me, I sit in the School of Electrical Engineering and Telecommunication. My research primarily looks at computer networks, internet technologies, cybersecurity. The nature of my research is very much practical and applied. I often work with industry partners like CN Labs and others. We do build proof of concepts, prototypes. We collect, generate data, and publicly release to the community. People can look at, check it, verify the correctness of the work we do. In terms of today's agenda, let me start with IPv6. I must confess that I do very little with respect to IPv6. We had a little chat just during lunch with Narelle. So I promised I'll change my course. I teach a course, Network Technology, which is a foundational course. We teach to undergraduate students in our school. We do start with IPv4, and then we have one lecture IPv6, and I promised to myself and Narelle, I'm sure she will check next year. So we want to flip it. But that being said, so I think I'll come back to your question. So part of the things we do is, training and teaching is one of the things, one of the key pillar. Teaching our standard students, undergrad, postgraduate students. I also have been involved in developing and delivering industry-focused short courses, boot camps, 1 day, 2 day, 1 week courses, very applied, very, very narrow and focused. And in terms of research, obviously, I do work in computer networking. Cybersecurity is my favorite topic, cybersecurity for IoT devices. For the past 6-7 years, we have done a lot of things in terms of testing or assessing, systematically assessing the security posture of our IT devices in the market. Thanks to Narelle, we did a project with ACAN. We looked at consumer IT devices. We published white papers, technical reports, and research papers. And interestingly, we have managed to commercialize our research as a product. I'm proud to say some of you might have heard of a company came out of UNSW from our research group. CyberOz is a company with an enterprise-grade software product for network security. In fact, it does not protect devices from attacks, but it does provide a rich set of visibilities in terms of assets, what they do in terms of the behaviors, risk associated with that, so that enabling network operators to action upon that. You can take action, but that product doesn't do that. And we heavily use AI in our research. We do generate models for classification of traffic, anomaly detection, characterization of devices, users, and interaction between human users and physical asset or digital assets. I forgot your question. What was your question?
Because you had something in mind already which you needed to...
Yes. So
the research paper that was referenced in Dr. Kaylin's presentation.
Yes, so that research, obviously, I sit on the network. All the methods we develop, tools we build, sits on the network. Primarily, we want to be agnostic to the manufacturers. I know that we have schools of thoughts who focus on security of devices or device-level security. I brand our research or our area of work as network-level security. We sit on the network, and then we look at how devices behave, and then we measure them in a non-invasive way, so passive traffic monitoring, modeling, and that. So in terms of AI, so we have a project, joint project with CN Labs as a process of joint innovative lab we have started recently at UNSW. The first project we embarked on is how, so because we do hear that models, machine learning models, AI models, stochastic models, they become available by different research groups, and they become available. I do see that in the next few years we will have a market of AI models. People do train models and then sell the models. So the primary objective is verify whether whatever is claimed in the paper, it does perform its intended job, right, with respect to classification, anomaly detection, and so on. So verification of AI model is something we are looking at. And of course, pen testing, so you pen test systems, you pen test devices. You do want to make sure that the models, AI models, are resilient to data-driven adversarial attacks. I'm mindful of time and stop here.
Thank you so much for being so considerate. All right. So yes, now we'll move on to George from Hyperscalers. In a very interesting capacity, George has introduced the concept of open OEM, right? And our association with George from the ONF days, it's been very interesting in terms of how hyperscalers has evolved ever since. So in terms of today's event, because we are saying cybersecurity, IPv6, AI, in terms of manufacturing, how do you see your role or vendors from a similar background, how do they play into these kind of domains?
Yeah, that's a really good question. Thanks, Krishna. So just to put a bit of context into this, we're a Australian sovereign manufacturer and recognised exporter of server, storage server, GPU server, and appliance level infrastructure solutions. So when we talk about manufacturing anything, it's typically IP driven, right? And when we talk about the stack, and I'll go from the bottom up, basically we have an IP appliance design process, which is basically a process coupled with a utility. It's an in-house utility called the Appliance Optimizer Utility, which together assists us to accelerate the development of appliances based on that digital IP. So to go, what sort of digital IP are we talking about? Well, let's go from the bottom up. I'm not going to bore you with facilities, infrastructure systems, but the networks. There's obviously the hardware. Above the hardware is a network operating system, which defines the SDN layer. So you might have IP in that space, and that's something we look to qualify and create as a product. So IPv6 probably starts at that layer, I guess. At least from our perspective, you have to enable IPv6 for the core, the super spine, the leaf, even the management layer to actually work with IPv6. Going up the stack, probably there's IPv6 in relation to the file systems or the storage. You might have a super fast block or object storage, and that needs to communicate. All the LUNs, etc., that needs to be IPv6 enabled. Similarly with the operating system, I think in the compute layer, the clients, you need something that talks IPv6. So whether you have IP, going up the stack in the hypervisor layer, that also needs to be IPv6 enabled, or even the orchestration layer, potentially even the app layer, right? So customers come to us and they say, right, look at my IP. And their IP can reside in any one of those layers that I've just mentioned. So we would qualify it, we would build a product that's optimally designed to carry that IP. So when it comes from a security perspective, I think there's lots of options that we have. We have lots of customers that run these cybersecurity centers. Some of them are like a public cloud provider. Many others are internal IT departments that run their own CM. Some is based on a ELK stack. That's probably one of the more popular ones. Splunk probably after that. There's Tenable, Apache Kafka. So all of these outcomes that customers want to achieve, and so they'll come to us to productize that stack or in such a way that they can deliver these services very quickly, very reliably, and at a fraction of historical costs. So what we're seeing is that small to medium size enterprises, they might outsource that to a cyber provider, where the cyber provider will install agents on every machine, to collect the logs. Talking about system logs, I'm talking about even the internal messaging, those sort of logs, and all of that goes back to their via the internet to their centralized for analytics basically, and anything. And I would say there's probably more analytics than AI in a lot of those things currently, but I think AI is certainly coming into the picture slowly, including generative AI. We are seeing that small businesses can't afford these type of solutions. So any business that's maybe 20 or 50 people or less, it's very difficult for them to afford a CM to do it themselves or to outsource that. And we're working with our partners to kind of help solve that problem.
All right. So you've heard from the morning there have been a lot of discussions saying lack of training, lack of awareness, training programs and whatnot. So from a hyperscaler's perspective, do you see that, can you provide these kind of learning solutions, or do you see the same kind of demand from some of your customers? They may be from any type of a background. Do you see that they are specifically asking for some kind of learning solutions or something?
I do believe that the community is probably, there's a lack of education, I think, in the community on even basic security hygienes. And so that's probably a first step, I think. But, it depends who we're educating, I think. And most people, I think, want to be upskilled and, in subject matter expert courses like you mentioned, and short courses that are very subject specific, I think would be very, very valuable. Yeah.
Thank you, George. Moving on to Simon from Cisco. So Simon is the National Cybersecurity Advisor for Australia, and I think he mentioned that he'll be talking about the critical infrastructure and IoT. So Simon, why don't you?
Sure. Thanks, Krishna. So yeah, a large portion of my role is working across critical infrastructure, both in Australia and around the world, both in legislation, from customers, deployments, you name it. So fairly well versed in all the challenges. I think critical infrastructure in particular, it's, a good chunk of that is industrial and industrial IoT, but out of the 11 sectors, you'd probably only say 3 or 4 of them are really industrial. But all of them have an IoT problem, every single one, So it is, critical infrastructure these days is the enterprise. But focusing on, what critical infrastructure is and relating it back to, I guess, what we're talking about here, which is engineering the future. We're talking about connecting the world. And the problem with connecting the world at the present moment in time is quite often we're connecting things that are already networked. We're going back to the good old days, as Narelle mentioned, of multi-protocol routing and switching. We're connecting what a car in itself is effectively a network, and we're just connecting it up and hoping for the best from a security outcome. So there are some pretty big challenges that we need to address, and quite a few of the presentations that I have mentioned zero trust. This is something that we need to think about in terms of, well, how are we going to address it? It's not all about the device that we're connecting. It's not all about the car. We need to look at everything that sits around it, and in particular the network. So from Hassan's work around sort of looking at what we can do from network protection, I mean, of course someone from Cisco would say something like that, but that's exactly what zero trust is. It is about looking at every single layer and what we can do. The very nature of what we're doing and the very need for IPv6 is based upon scale. So, we're connecting more, we're getting more data. This scale is exponential. We're having to deal with more than we've ever had to deal with before. We have to move faster. We can't deal with these sort of point-in-time, human-in-the-wire type solutions. We need to move towards autonomous. And scale and speed is probably the thing I talk about most. The need for scale and speed. We need to do things in an autonomous fashion. We need to focus on if it can be automated first. If we can't automate it, worry about, maybe focus on something else for the time being, because we are so far behind, in the game, in dealing with what we need to. I mean, even looking at basic statistics around patching, we've got most vulnerabilities these days that are actively exploited within, well, I shouldn't say most, I think the ACSC statistic was around 30% with vulnerabilities actively exploited within 2 days. So, even sort of just typical IT operations processes of patching, we have to move faster. And that's just the basics, let alone, having the security policies in place, all the different layers of protection. We need automation, and that's really my focus.
All right, thank you, Simon. Moving on to Matthew. A lot of great stuff during Narel's presentation, a lot of numbers. So with the new technologies like SR V6 coming in, and there is a IoT V6 angle where NB IoT devices, I think about 3 million devices were deployed in China on IPv6 using NB IoT technology. So in terms of, in Australia, do you see that IoT in general, in conjunction with telecom service providers, is that something that is going on, or there is some kind of a setback?
Nothing Australians like more than buying gadgets and plugging them into the internet. So absolutely.
Okay.
We just love it, and we buy some of the most stupid things and plug them in. So yes, all of those things you say are happening, and they're happening now. Consumers are already having to upgrade their routers because they bought routers 4 years ago where 20 devices behind NAT was going to be okay. Each child has 20 devices now.
Yeah.
It's just blossoming, the number of devices we have in the household. So absolutely, all these technologies rolling out IPv6, we need to hurry up.
Okay. And in terms of Leap Telecom, how fast do you see this transitioning happening inside your networks?
It's about to leap. That's a good one. Now that we've resolved most of our issues with IPv6 and third parties blocking their shopping, we're actually going to roll it out properly. So at the moment it's been a limited beta, which our customers have been using and it's been working. But once we actually complete the /48 rollouts nationally, it'll be a default. And I know already that I'm getting devices requesting it, but because the customer hasn't enabled it, they're not getting it. So I'm expecting to see IPv6 traffic be 50% of our network by Christmas.
Right. In one of the earlier presentations, you mentioned that some of your engineers, they have to run to their subject matter experts, even if there is a basic issue in terms of IPv6. So, so what kind of initiatives does a ISP or a telco they need to take apart from training and others, because those are well understood things? Because how long will you live with the problem saying they don't understand IPv6, right? Because it has been there forever. So apart from training and awareness, what else can be done so that the expertise or the skill set increases?
The biggest obstacle for our staff in call centres is just the fact of lack of exposure. From their perspective, IPv6 and IPv4, there's not a huge difference. Yes, the way it obtains an IP address is a bit different because the computer they're testing on from the client's perspective is using SLAC and then DHCP. But once they get past those little hurdles, everything else they do is exactly the same. So it's just lack of exposure out there. So as we do more of it, it'll become second place.
When they're trying to assess the security of the network, so security audits, and then they're doing vulnerability assessment, they have to look at both the stacks because it's a dual stack network. So how do they basically tackle these kind of challenges?
That's, I guess, the nice part of being a BYO router. That's actually the consumer's problem. And and look, and this is going to be a problem because especially when the 12-year-old logs into the router and finds out that mum and dad didn't change the password, or it's still the secure password on the bottom, and they start turning off the firewall, and all of a sudden the fridge has been hacked and placed an order for significant amounts of alcohol, it's going to be a learning experience for everybody. And the service provider can't solve that problem. I don't know how the router vendors are going to deal with it, because if they also start disabling or not allowing the consumers to change these options, is that actually the right path to go down? Because then we're basically going to go down, and Kathleen will be happy because she'll be able to go, oh, the firewall didn't do what it was supposed to do, the consumer had no way to control it, therefore it's your fault.
in that case, say there is FIPS 140, common criteria, all these certifications and checks that are available. As a service provider, do you, in your procurement policies, do you make sure that some of these are compliant with at least the minimum set of requirements?
Absolutely. When we're choosing a vendor for our router, we want to make sure that we're confident with the security that they're putting into them, so that we, one, won't get the support calls for it, but also know that we're not going to have unhappy consumers. So there's definitely a place out there for certification of consumer devices, especially basic firewall routers, and getting them to a certain standard, and it's definitely a major gap at the moment.
Thank you, Matthew. Any questions from the audience? From the panelists?
I want to ask a dumb question, if I could. It's just that when Narelle put up the numbers, and it looked like CPE was the biggest problem area. So is that changing? Why are all the new ones also deciding they want to do IP version 6, or is it that the existing ones are just keep grandfathering their old processes, or what is it? Is it changing or not?
It is changing, certainly. It is certainly changing, and there have been a lot of initiatives that have been taken for this change to happen, right? And Ralph probably would like to get deep into it, but in the interest of time, I'll just say that Chad was here from Sophos earlier. I think he left, but yes, a lot of access point vendors, and even on the CPE side, they did not have even the basic IPv6 conformance. Only through when the new regulations started coming in different countries like Malaysia, India, even in the US for the USGV6, that is when they got the motivation that if we don't incorporate or we don't implement IPv6 stack, we cannot sell in this country. So that was the biggest motivation factor due to which things started changing. And now at least we see that there are more than 70% of the Wi-Fi CPEs are certified for IPv6 compliance.
And you're talking about modems or end-to-end things? Just the modems?
Just the modems. ONTs, ONUs, you take all of them. Everything is having IPv6 as a mandatory requirement for them.
Got to remember that a lot of us are hiding behind their router for security, and that's our first line of defense. Yeah. And you're 100% right, though. The devices connecting out there are going onto public networks, and the security has to be there as well. And certification around what that level of security is very lacking.
Matt, that's part of the reason why I'm asking the question. So when I was at the Internal Revenue Service, one of the things we had to have is all of our laptops had to be able to go home, right? So the laptops would have to go home. So we had a VPN set up, and we had an endpoint firewall set up. We had 3 phases for that endpoint firewall. One was on-prem, least protection. Next thing was your home, right? Telework home. Okay, that's the minimum protection. And then the coffee shop, Starbucks, right? So we created rule sets for the endpoint firewall in order to get those things happening. Do you see something like that worthy of a vendor to produce that an ISP like you would be able to roll out to end end users?
First thing I would say is you need to assume that the person's house is the same as a coffee shop.
Fine.
Yeah, it's an important thing to think about, especially going back to my 12-year-old when she discovers how to log into the router. The security, I think it goes back to the manufacturers of those IoT devices or laptops or Microsoft with Windows or Mac for Mac OS. Those need to have a minimum standard of the firewall, and it needs to be what is shipped on the device, because as a service provider, I can't control what the consumer plugs into their network. So unless industry or government is mandating those requirements and enforcing them in some sort of standardized way, I can't do anything.
So I have best practices for configuring Microsoft Defender. I have best practices for, so what I'm trying to get to is that if somebody gave you this information, knowing that we have an uneducated consumer base, could you make money by showing them how to do this and maintaining it on a regular basis?
As an IT consultant selling
Yes.
IT solutions, absolutely.
Thank you. My job here is done.
Thank you, Ralph. With that, I'd also like to invite you on the stage along with all the other speakers for the day by time we conclude this panel discussion for a photo op. Yeah. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
Can I make a comment?
You can.
Let's do it. I was going to ask everybody if they had any idea of the killer app for IoT, because for many years we always talked about the killer app, and I'm going to commandeer it by saying, at home I have refused to connect any IoT devices apart from the watch, I suppose, to the home network because I don't think any of it's secure enough, until the rats got out of control at the compost bin. Now I have a Bluetooth connected rat killer opposite the compost bin, and I just can't wait to see the dead rats mounting up. I mean, actually it's a count, it's not, you don't get to see them. But anyway, shall I? Sure, thanks.
For my wife, that was the electric remote controlled app that doesn't do the electric blanket.
He lives in Melbourne.
Okay, I think which speaker are we missing? Oh, Isaki is not here. Kayleen and Ruth as well. I think Ruth is not here.
No, Ruth had to go.
Oh, Ruth has to go? Okay. No, it's not here. And we have some certificates of appreciation because you came out to support the event. So thank you for that. Yeah. We have another certificate for her as well.
Thank you, everyone. We're just about to wrap up for today. In wrapping up CyberOz 2023, I would like to extend a sincere thank you to all the participants. Your presence and engagement has made CyberOz 2023 a resounding success. As we look forward to a secure digital future full of innovation and opportunities for all, we must understand the importance of collaboration through interdisciplinary engagement such as this. And events such as CyberOz provide such an open and neutral platform. With this as motivation, we hope to see you all next year, and thank you for today. Everybody, participants and speakers are all invited to the mixer that starts at 5:30 today at the Coogee Pav rooftop.